I therefore welcome you, and after doing so, allow me to be very strict with regards to timing. Therefore, I welcome, ladies and gentlemen, onto the stage Professor Abdulwahab Abdisamed to give us his remarks. And he is the founder and the executive director of the AfroAsia Institute for Strategic Studies, which is themed Bridging Vision and with Strategic Reality. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today not just as executive director and founder of this esteemed think tank, the AfroAsia Institute for Strategic Studies, but as a fellow seeker of knowledge and truth. I am deeply honored to welcome each one of you from every corner of the globe, representing a wide range of the people from different backgrounds, cultures, ideology, and perspective. We are gathered here today, united by our shared commitment to intellectual exploration, our belief in the power of ideas to shape our world. Our gathering is one of this kind, providing us with a wealth of experience and viewpoints that enrich our discussion and broaden our understanding. To our distinguished speakers, we are privileged to have you with us. Your expertise and insights are invaluable. We look forward to learning from you. We are eager to engage the meaningful dialogue, challenge our preconceptions, and path to broaden our knowledge. In respecting all protocols, I would like to acknowledge the distinguished personalities present in our event today as we embark on this journey of the discovery together. Let us remember that every voice matters, every idea counts, and every perspective brings us to one step closer to our collective goal. It's my great honor and privilege to officially welcome you to all to the Launch Inaugural Conference of the AfroAsia Institute for Strategic Studies, brimming with its wonderful gathering of scholars, academia, public intellectuals, parliamentarians, social leaders, journalists, researchers, historians, as well as the most influential members of the society from across our region and of the world. AfroAsia Institute for Strategic Studies is a homegrown institution powered by grassroots efforts by the team of for African interest. We have awakened from the people to look into our own challenges instead of being told what ails us. At the AfroAsia Institute for Strategic Studies, we aim to conduct rigorous and relevant research, seminars, as well as expert training to the contemporary strategic and security challenges facing our community. We aspire to be a leading think tank that provides authoritative analysis, expert policy, advice, excellence commentary, and also informed capacity building to our stakeholders and partners. We believe that countries in the region have much to learn from each other and much to offer to the world. Our strategic location in the world, on the gateway to the Africa and the sea to Asia, shares a rich and long-standing history of social, cultural, economic, political interactions. We also face a common and complex challenges in the 21st century, such as the conflict, terrorism, neocolonialism, hegemonic domination, poor governance, and lack of the development. That's why we have chosen the theme of this conference as Navigating the Challenges, a conference on charting the new course of the region. We hope that this conference will provide platform for the dialogue, debate, collaboration among our participants, and generate a new insights and recommendation for addressing the pressing issues of our time. We have backed an exciting agenda for the next 2 days, featuring keynote speeches, panel discussion, networking session. We have also invited some of the most eminent true authorities and influential speakers, as well as experts from Kenya, Somalia, Ethiopia, Eritrea, and Sudan, to share their perspective and experience with us. We have also selected some of the most innovative and widely cited researchers and practitioners to present the papers. We are confident that this conference will be a stimulating and enriching experience of all of us, and that it will mark the beginning of the long and fruitful sequences of the subsequent conferences by the AfroAsia Institute for Strategic Studies in April, August, and December of this year. But before we delve into the substantive discussion, I would like to start a few moments to reflect on the current prevailing conditions in the Horn of Africa, as well as the wider East Africa development, and the need for the serious deliberation of the situation for part of the world. The Horn of Africa is a region of strategic importance and immense potential, but also immense challenges and risks. It's home to some of the fastest growing economy in Africa. It's also a home to some of the most protracted and complex conflicts and crises. With the existing tension in state belligerence and hostilities coupled with an almost always imminent likelihood of an outbreak war, we believe a timely discussion is important to address the root causes of the endless conflict and to find long-term solution for the millions of the people affected by the crisis. This conference will address this thoroughly by engaging with all relevant actors. The conference also aim to promote dialogue, cooperation, and peace building among the different communities and countries in the Horn of Africa, as well as the wider East Africa. The region is facing a multiple and interrelated threats, such as terrorism, ethnic violence, political instability, displacement, state fragility, and regional rivalries. These threats have a profound implication of the security, stability, and development of the region, as well as for the neighboring countries and that of the African continent. The AfroAsia Institute for Strategic Studies is a Pan-African its outlook. By this, we mean that our institute focuses on the issue and interest of African continent and its people, both on the continent and the diaspora. We also aim to propagate the key tenets of the Pan-Africanism by conducting research, providing policy advice, and organizing and advocating for the African cause. Our region also has economic opportunity and resources, such as a young and dynamic population, rich and diverse culture, strategic location, vast potential for growing democratic. These opportunities and resources can be harnessed to foster peace, progress, and cooperation in the region, as well as help and contribute to the global peace. AfroAsia Institute for Strategic Studies is committed in supporting the efforts of the local, regional, international organizations, the civil society, the private sector, and international partners to address the existing challenges and seize the opportunity in the Horn of Africa and beyond. We believe that capacity building, advocacy, we can help and shape better future of our region and our people. That's why we have dedicated special session to this conference to the Horn of Africa, where we will hear from some of the most prominent and knowledgeable speakers and experts on the current situation and way forward. We hope that this session will generate constructive and candid exchange of the view and ideas, and foster common understanding and vision for the region. Ladies and gentlemen, the Horn of Africa is not a isolated case in the part of the larger and more complex picture of the East Africa region. We encompasses 13 countries with overlapping membership in 4 regional economic communities. The region is also facing mix of challenges and opportunities, such as demographic development, digital transformation, infrastructure gap, governance reform, and regional integration and continental free trade areas, and also global geopolitics. Ladies and gentlemen, the Horn of Africa and East African region are not only important for themselves, but also for the rest of Africa and pathway to Asia, mainly Near East and Middle East, particularly the Gulf region. We are part of a larger and more dynamic picture of the global nation, which have a long and rich history and promising and bright future. I have spoken enough. It's now the time to listen and learn from our distinguished speakers and guests. I hope that you will enjoy and benefit from the conference, and that you will also find some time to explore and appreciate the beauty and hospitality of our host country. I thank you for your attention and participation. I wish you all successful and memorable conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. Much appreciated. In my line of duty, time is very pertinent because you fail to adhere to the director's call to go on a break, then certainly you might just give it your pay, but that is just on a lighter note. 11 minutes and 19 seconds to be specific was your speech, and thank you. We appreciate your opening remarks, Professor, the founder and the executive director, Professor Abdulwahab Semet. Ladies and gentlemen, whilst this conference is themed Navigating the Challenges, a conference on charting a new course for the region, we are going to be having diverse speakers on specific topics and where they will be providing an emphasis on that. Allow me to therefore move on to the next speaker of the 6 presentations that will be made here. And the unique aspect is that only Sheikh Abdurrahman Bashir will make his speech in Somali, but there will be subsequent translation in English. There will be machines that we'll be using for to follow his presentation here. Other than that, all the other speakers will be making their presentations in English. Up next is Dr. Hassan Khanenje, and to provide a biography of who Dr. Khanenje is. We'll be talking about sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the question of self-determination. Dr. Hassan Khanenje is the current director of the Horn International Institute for Strategic Studies with research and policy think tank that is based here in Nairobi County. He's a Fulbright scholar with a Doctor of Philosophy in Conflict Analysis and Resolution from the Nova Southeastern University in Florida in the United States of America. He holds also a Master of Arts in Social and Public Policy from the Kent University in Pittsburgh, the United States of America, a Master of Arts in Diplomacy and International Studies from the University of Nairobi here in Kenya, and a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science and History from the University of Nairobi here. Allow us now to welcome Dr. Khanenje to make his remarks.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jambo nyote. Good morning. Subaha wanaagsan. Thanks for that's a lot more pleasant introduction than I would have done myself, but I will take it. This is indeed a very interesting moment, and I'm particularly honored by this invitation. I want to congratulate my brother, Afro, for putting this together as a way of adding more voice, but also building more agency for us as people of this region and people of this continent in making sure that tomorrow is no longer going to be written for us, but by us. Because for far too long, we've been passengers in our own vehicle. I've been tasked with discussing perhaps one of the issues that has beleaguered this continent for much of its post-colonial history. And still some of the concepts we are still grappling with, even as we seek to better ourselves in all manner of ways. And these concepts are the concepts of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and self-determination. And sometimes we use them a lot more loosely. But oftentimes, when we want to advance our personal interests, we want to use them a lot more jealously. Indeed, few questions have defined the history of the interstate relations, like that of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and self-determination. Europe's original sin against Africa not only reworked the social political architecture of the continent, but it also introduced political and organizational concepts that, for better or worse, have informed our approach to relations with each other, has fueled wars and conflict whose intellectual origins have roots in lands beyond our borders, and have remained the most contentious bonds in our search for African unity. To some, this may be interpreted as some harsh opinion against colonial architects. The trouble with such argument is that our statement above is factual, and an admission of fact does not negate its factuality. And yes, what we have seen is that in recent years have witnessed heated debates about the concepts of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and self-determination. The current conflicts in the international system have served to fuel these debates. Not to mention our neighborhood, what we have seen that took place just a few days ago, with, of course, the MOU between Addis Ababa and the case. And we can argue that the conflict in Ukraine, the anti-Western revolt in the Sahel, are also part of these discussions. But do we really understand the applicability of international law and diplomatic relations? How can we understand these concepts? How do they apply to the current international order? This is going to force us to have some background, mostly historical. And I understand many people get tired with history. Unfortunately, you can't move forward if you don't know where you're coming from. The concept of sovereignty is one of the most controversial ideas in political science, as well as history, and has always been closely associated with the concept of state, the concept of government, and the concept of independence, or the idea of independence. Going back to the Treaty of Westphalia of 1648, that laid the foundation for the modern state system as we know it. Derived from a Latin word, superanus, and by extension a French word, souverainty, the term is originally understood to mean the supreme power. However, its actual application has often departed from that original traditional thinking. The last century, that's the 20th century, has seen important restrictions on the freedom of action of states begin to appear. Indeed, going back to the Hague Convention of 1899, just at the turn of the century, and 1907, it established rules governing the conduct of wars on land and sea. At the end of the First World War, the Covenant of the League of Nations, which is the forerunner of the United Nations, restricted the right to wage war. And the Kellogg-Briand Pact of 1928, just a few years before Hitler came to power, it condemned the recourse to war for the solution of international controversies and its use as an instrument of national policy. These were later followed at the end of the Second World War by the United Nations Charter, which imposed the duty on member states to settle the international disputes by peaceful means in such a manner that international peace and security is not endangered. This was supplemented with an injunction in the Charter that members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat of the use of force, which is Article 2 of the Charter. However, the Charter also stated the UN is based on the principle of sovereign equality of member states. As a result, such developments, sovereignty has ceased to be considered synonymous with unrestricted power. States have come to accept a considerable body of law that limits their sovereign right to act as they please, especially in relation to other states. Conversely, new rules cannot arbitrarily and unlawfully be imposed upon a state without its consent, by the will of other states. In this way, a balance has been achieved between the needs of international society and the desire of states to protect their sovereignty to the maximum possible extent. It is worth noting that the 19th century distinction between fully sovereign states and sovereign categories of less sovereign units lost its importance under the United Nations. It was a practice that existed before the Second World. Emphasis was placed not on legal differences among colonies, protected states, protectorates, and states under occupation by another state, but the political distinction between self-governing and non-governing territories. Under the UN Charter, non-self-governing territories became a sacred trust, and the state administering them promised to develop towards self-government, which resulted in closer supervision of the administration by the United Nations, and in their speedy progress to self-government. For those who are familiar with history, this part of events, of course, explains the current quagmire you have in Palestine, but also may have fueled some of the controversies we have in the Horn of Africa. Once territories achieve self-government, as defined in resolutions by General Assembly, supervision of the UN thereby ceased, even though independent status was not achieved. The reason I'm mentioning Palestine also in this discussion is because this is about AfroAsia. Now, someone asked me yesterday, how is it AfroAsia? Well, the Middle East is actually called West Asia, the last time I checked. In post-independent Africa, the concept of sovereignty was largely accepted from its standard understanding. Even though there was widespread desire to build a united Africa, the preference for strict interpretation of the concept militated against our efforts at uniting the continent, even as it kept the peace between the newly independent states. Now, that is a discussion about sovereignty and some of the products, but also how it has informed the current relations among our own states and nations. The second concept here that I'm going to talk about, and we'll have a Q&A answer, so I'm not going to be able to talk about everything in this presentation, is the concept of territorial integrity. I don't think there's a country in the world that has not invoked territorial integrity at any time it's having trouble with its neighbor, or they perceived violation of that concept. The Peace of Westphalia in 1848 is considered to have established territorial integrity as a cornerstone of sovereignty. There were three aspects of a state: geography, sovereignty, territorial integrity, meaning also ability for you to be able to stay within certain defined borders that are inviolable. Yet, this did not necessarily reflect any absolute right of a particular territory. Indeed, the role of exchange at the time remained common between states. In turn, these states were culturally diverse and politically disorganized, and people not collectively identified by state borders as we have today. The emergency of nationalism, and this is much about the 18th and the 19th century, and self-determination began to alter people's perception of the states in which they resided. Nationalism, on one hand, promoted the belief that territory belonged to a nation and the territorial integrity of a nation should be respected. It is plausible, therefore, to say that national identity is in large part dependent on territory, because only territory provides a tangible evidence of a nation's existence and its historical roots. And a nation needs clearly demarcated national territory to demand its own state. In the aftermath of the Treaty of Versailles, the establishment of the League of Nations had ushered in a new era of international cooperation. The League's covenant, indeed, codified territorial integrity as a key principle of international law. However, the political conditions for maintaining the territorial status quo after the war were not always maintained, and various post-war settlements involved exchanges of territory irrespective of local populations. With the formation of the United Nations, however, and such organizations, the Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe, later on, Organization of Security and Cooperation in Europe, territorial integrity became a well-established part of international resolutions. The UN Charter in 1945 affirmed the obligation of states not to use force to alter state boundaries. You'll notice I keep emphasizing the responsibility of states not to use force, despite the fact that they're sovereign in their own. The recent post-World War II strict application of territorial integrity has given rise to a number of problems, especially when faced with reality. At the 2005 World Summit, the world's nations agreed on a new concept called responsibility to protect. This was supposed to allow a right for humanitarian intervention. It is argued that this can create a flexible application of concept of sovereignty and territorial integrity, easing the strict adherence and taking into account the de facto status of territory and other factors present on case-by-case basis. The UN Resolution 1674, adopted by the United Nations in 2006, April 28, reaffirms the provisions in paragraph 138, 139 of the 2005 World Summit outcome regarding responsibility to protect populations from genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. In fact, this thinking is also part of what is informing South Africa's case against Israel to the International Court of Justice. However, this responsibility to protect refers only to the ability of external powers to override sovereignty and does not explicitly involve the changing of borders, as was the case in the Balkans. One thing is clear, however, that responsibility to protect is not a unilateral action. There needs to be a degree of international consensus to warrant such action in justifying what will constitute a violation of territorial integrity of a given nation state. In practice, R2P, as it's normally worded, has been used in limited instances. In Africa, neither genocide in Darfur or the apparent atrocities within the Horn of Africa was sufficient to attract actions in line with R2P, thereby raising questions on the viability of the concept in the work of complex geopolitics as well as internal dynamics. Our final concept here is going to be a concept of self-determination. Perhaps one of the most divisive issues in post-independent Africa has been the question of self-determination. As Ali Mazrui once noted in the famous work, The Triple Heritage, Africans, the Triple Heritage, that those who colonized Africa separated people who would otherwise have been together and pushed others together who would otherwise have been separate. Mazrui was responding to the dilemma of the question of the African state in the immediate aftermath of colonialism. Yet, despite the folly of the Berlin West Conference, colonial borders were largely accepted by post-independent countries as a way to maintain peace and avoid perpetual war. After all, newly independent African states were made up of many distinct nationalities that risked disintegration into unviable miniature states in the principle, or at least in the pursuit of self-determination, or if that were to be granted to everybody who demanded it. But what is it? Self-determination generally denotes a right of a people to decide their own destiny in the international world. It's a core principle of international law arising from customary international law, but also recognized as a general principle of law. And, of course, is enshrined in a number of international treaties. The right to self-determine is a cardinal principle of international law and binding, such as that in the United Nations Charter. It says that peoples, based on respect of their principle of equal rights and fair equality of opportunity, have a right to freely choose their sovereignty and international political status with no interference. This concept was first expressed in the 1860s and spread rapidly thereafter. During World War I, this principle was encouraged by the Soviet Premier Vladimir Lenin, who came into power in 1917 Bolshevik Revolution. In response, or at the same time recognizing how the world was changing, President Woodrow Wilson announced his 14 points, January 1918. One of the points stated that national aspirations must be respected. People may now be dominated and governed only by their own consent. Self-determination is not a mere phrase. It is an imperative principle of action. During World War II, the principle was included in the Atlantic Charter, jointly declared on 14 August 1941 by Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who was then the President of the United States, and Winston Churchill, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, who had pledged the 8 principal points of the Charter. It was recognized as an international legal right after it was explicitly listed as a right, of course, in the United Nations. But how has this manifested, especially in the colonized territory? Wilson's commitment to self-determination, at least to European states, during World War I, and the Bolshevik rise to power in Russia, had an impact in trying to push this debate. The Russians at the time supported the right of all nations, including colonies, to self-determination. Indeed, the 1918 Russian Constitution or Soviet Constitution acknowledged the right of secession for its constituent republics, the right to which they exercised after the fall of the Berlin. This presented a challenge to Wilson's more limited demands, and therefore in January 1918, Wilson issued the 14 points, among other things, calling for adjustment of colonial claims, insofar as the interests of colonial powers had equal weight with the claims of subjects. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk in March 1918 led to Soviet Russia's exit from the war and nominal independence, of course, of Armenia, Finland, Latvia, Ukraine, Lithuania, Georgia, as well as Poland, through the fact that those territories were under German control. The end of the war led to the dissolution of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Czechoslovakia, and the Union of the State of Slovenes. Croats and Serbs and the Kingdom of Serbia as new states out of the wreckage of the Habsburg Empire. However, the imposition of some states where some nationalities, especially Poles, Czechs, Serbs, and Romanians, were given power over nationalities who disliked and distrusted them. This was essentially used as a pretext for German aggression. The establishment, of course, the League of Nations as a symbol of emerging post-war order, one of its earliest tasks was to legitimize territorial boundaries of the new states, created out, of course, of the Ottoman Empire, as well as Germany. That happened in Asia and in Africa mostly. This principle did not extend in so far as to end colonialism, under the reasoning that the local populations were not civilized enough. The League of Nations was therefore assigned each territory that hitherto belonged to either the Germans or the Ottomans. In the African setting, once it became evident the organization of African politics would be informed by European nation state, it was inevitable that the leaders would settle on retaining the boundaries as created by colonialists. Demography, ethnography, and topography made it difficult for founding fathers of the Organization of African Unity to establish national borders or rational borders. As they say, you can choose your friends, but you cannot choose your neighbors. On the other hand, returning to pre-colonial borders was impossible, since pre-colonial states were fluid and organized on a territorial basis, and would therefore not resonate with the world which was organized around territories defined by hard boundaries. The leaders feared that the process of redrawing boundaries might result in wars and threaten the stability of the continent and newly independent states. In 1964, OAU passed a resolution on border problems pledging member states to respect the frontiers existing on the achievement of national independence. The OAU Charter, which was the constitutive instrument of Organization of African Unity, provided Article 3, Paragraph 3, for the respect of sovereignty and territorial integrity for each state and for its inalienable right to independent existence. The states referred to by the UN Charter were thus the states as mapped by the Europeans during colonialism. As a result, African boundaries have remained almost unaltered since independence. One of the most significant challenges of the frontiers inherited from colonial administrations was that the borders were drawn by Europeans in the late 19th century, particularly after the 1884 1885 conference, without knowledge and interest of the political, social, and regional peculiarities. They were drawn for the benefit not of the locals, but the colonialists to aid them in extracting resources and managing their colonial territories, and the basis of longitudes as well as latitude. Therefore, the creation separated states and communities that belong together, of course, prompting efforts for self-determination. It is important to note that self-determination is a right recognized in international law, as well as recognized by United Nations Charter. Yet, years after colonialism, only a fraction of cases have managed to exercise this right. Not simply because of the complexity of such action, but also due to pragmatism. It is tempting to seek divorce with larger politics when we feel dissatisfied. Oftentimes, there are legitimate grievances against the whole. Yet, as we ponder the future of the continent, we must ask ourselves tough questions. Is the current status quo viable? Will a new approach to these concepts lead to peace and progress? Are we prepared for the consequences of a change to emerging consensus? In a world that is fast integrated, of what utility it is for us to jealously hang on to these concepts? Should there be a middle ground where we can negotiate sovereignties, territories, and find determination in our affairs within more viable poles? And I mean more viable wholes because there is a tendency that when we're dissatisfied with the state, we want to chart our own path. The trouble is we're always going to tend to become smaller and weaker, no matter how justified and founded that can be. We were once young nations, and we perhaps lack the competence and understanding to seek change that reflects our aspirations. Today, we have come of age, and we have an obligation to provide direction, not just for the present generation, but for the future generation. Playing victim is no longer justified. Establishing agency and remaking the continent in our own image is a sacred obligation. This is not to diminish differences that we have, nor does it downplay the pain we have sometimes caused each other. But as one great American once said, though passions may have hurt, they should not break our bonds of affection. After all, in the spirit of Ubuntu, I am because you are because we are. Thank you very much. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Dr. for the 4 minutes discount, and 6 minutes on the dot. We move on to the next speaker, and I call on to the stage Professor Macharia Munene. This is his brief biography. He will be focusing on African nationalism in a unipolar setting. Professor Macharia Munene is an associate fellow, diplomacy, geopolitics, and foreign relations. He holds Doctor of Philosophy in Diplomatic History from Ohio University in the United States of America. He's a lecturer at the United States International University here in Kenya, where he lectures history and international relations. He has also taught at the University of Nairobi, Kenyatta University, Moi University, all in Kenya, the Ohio State University, Kentucky State University, and Ohio University in the United States of America. Professor, please welcome.
Thank you very much for the invitation, Professor. Now, I feel to start with, to acknowledge all the eminent people here. I feel small, given the reality that some people in this room know more than I do, and they have experienced more than I can ever experience. So what I'll try to do is to say the little that I know, and try to make sense of it in the context of this topic assigned to me. African nationalism in unipolar setting. I'll not read everything, just try to play around with it. Three concepts come into play: unipolarity, nationalism, and Africa. Now, try to change unipolarity a little bit by saying that there are two aspects of unipolarity. There is singular unipolarity, in which we talk about one power dominating for slavery. There is collective unipolarity. Africa has suffered from collective unipolarity. That collective unipolarity referring to the conceptual West, which acts as one, although they claim to be many. So that aspect of it. Talk about the unipolarity, whether it's singular or collective. there is the implication of that force having its ways, ability to dominate others. It is imperialistic in itself. Poses its values, its norms, and its wishes, and then tries to justify that imposition through self-righteous announcements. Tends to expropriate virtue and deny virtue to other people. So Africa has been a victim of that. In a way, today, the world is suffering from that collective unipolarity led by the United States. And there's growing resistance to that domination in different parts of the world. And even in some parts of Africa, we can see it. It's coming, it's rising. Even the Europeans, when Macron says that France is not a vassal of the United States, some new force, new resistance to this imposition, the thinking that one country can tell everybody what to do. You know. So the expressions of nationalism, which in one way insist on not being controlled or ruled by a foreign force. It explains the rise up against Napoleon Bonaparte, who, as he spread the spirits of the French Revolution, liberty, humanity, whatever. Yeah? They liked those things, yeah? But they were resentful that those things were coming through the bayonets of the French. So the rising resistance to those good things. So irrespective of how benevolent the assumptions of foreign control are, people tend to rise up against that foreign control and imposition. Can be said to have explained some of the creation of countries like Italy, Greece, and Germany in resistance to others. Nationalism, therefore, can be said to have two serious concepts. That is, one, resistance to foreign impositions. Second, attempts, efforts to forge common identities, values, and norms in the context of defined political territories. That forging is an attempt to create a nation out of separate entities, sometimes forced by the realities of the day. They see it. The two forces tend to characterize African nationalism, at least in the 20th century. For the last 500 years, Africa and Africans were subjected to collective unipolarity of the European kind. Started with the Portuguese around 1441, grabbing people and enslaving them, and then developing into slave trades, which became very lucrative foundation for capitalism. And then it matured into something else. At the time, Africans were the victims of that. Then this developed into territorial colonialism, which came in towards the end of the 19th century and actualized mainly in the 20th century. The creation of the colonial states. by the collective West. Now, this creation of colonial states had defined boundaries because each European said, this is mine. These are the borders for mine. It created new identities and values in the areas where each European conquered. The instruments of conquest were three: the soldier, the administrator, and the missionary. Together they created or tried to recreate something new out of what was existing. And they were racially based. And for that reason, when we talk about anti-colonialism, it will be mostly anti-racial control. So, new laws, new sense of legitimacy, negation of sovereignty, and everything was transferred from various African places to some European capitals. So agreements in London, Brussels, Lisbon, Berlin, and Paris became official. So we had some places called Belgian Congo, French Somalia, British Somalia, German East Africa. They were properties of those places, and there was no legitimacy accorded to anything in Africa. That was the reality of the colonial state. And since it was spread beyond Africa, you then have the beginnings of what we might call what? Pan-Africanist nationalism. Because all black people, wherever they were subjected to the similar challenge. They were said to be brainless. It used to be said no black person can perform at the graduate level. In fact, that's how W.B. Du Bois came up by challenging that notion in the 19th century. So this need to come together as oppressed people, racially oppressed people. It was an intellectual endeavor. We start with the intellectuals. Because as much as they were learned, they were not accepted. So they need to come together and move on. Then it filtered not from the intellectual to the practice, and networking. From the West, we had a Jamaican called Marcus Garvey who was living in New York, and he became a household name in the continent of Africa. And his publication, The Negro War, captured imagination, and it ended up being banned everywhere because it was dangerous in the interest of the colonial powers. It had that threat of unifying people who should remain divided. And for that, actually, they even found a reason to lock him up. But the message was, now with the colonial states, part of the new identity creation was everyone in the particular colonial state was a native in the service of the colonial state. Doesn't matter who you are still a native. And that's a new identity. And one was a native of British East Africa, as opposed to being a native German East Africa. One was a native of British East Africa rather than Italian Somalia. So the identities created within the colonial states became stuck. And therefore, in a way, anti-colonialism tended to operate within the confines of those boundaries. And some people try to violate that principle of colonial rule by going beyond the confines. So you have some people say we can unite. So you have East Africa people agitating, you have West Africa, you have and those had to be contained. So the sense of nationalism, in that sense, tended to cut across colonial boundaries because the enemy was common, whether it's French or British, or they were just enemies, the black people. And in a way, then that's what explains, we say, Pan-Africanism, that whenever there is a crisis, you gang up, as it was in 1930s, when Mussolini decided to eliminate Ethiopia because it was a bad example for the black. With that elimination, colonialism should be safe. And instead, all the blacks, wherever they were, came together. And there were some cultural outshoots out of it, like the Rastafarians. So crises tended to bring people up and then inspire that sense of nationalism, which was against racism. Now, the culmination of what happened in the 1930s, one can say, was the Manchester Conference in 1930. They met in Manchester because they could not meet in London. It's fully booked. And out of the conference, they agreed on one or two things. First of all, to eliminate imperialism and colonialism, even if it destroyed the world. That's what they say. They were going to unite with everything. After that, two developments arose. Mass political mobilization in the name of nationalism, as manifested in the Gold Coast, which eventually became Ghana. And then the Mau Mau War and the Algerian War destroyed British sense of power and the French sense of power. So if they could not hold on to Britain, to Kenya, as they called it, then there was no point on holding others. And if the French could not hold on to Algeria, there was no need of holding to, because these were supposed to be special. The end of territorial colonialism. It's clear by 19. That sense of nationalism had worked in trying to remove racial oppression. Now, what happened with independence? Give credit to the colonialists, they were not idiots. So the minute they realized they had to go, they designed strategy for continuity. The basis of neocolonialism. And in so doing, they reversed the order of emphasis. No longer talking about all people in the colonial state as natives being one, because they are no longer serving the colonial interest. The emphasis is on the differences. You are not one, you are tribes, you are this, you are that. And in fact, we never lived together until we came and told them. So on the eve of independence, across the board, that was the emphasis. You are different. You can never be together. You cut out this thing. And it sank. Besides that, you identify, you create leaders who are going to take over. You notice in many places, the people who took over were created leaders. created by the colonial entities. Why? For the purposes of continuity. That's what we call neocolonial. And once that was achieved, the challenge is how to create nations out of the inherited territories. People have been real to believe they are not the same. Leaders now have a problem of trying to make these people believe they are what? Creating that national identity became problematic across the board. In various countries, they tried, didn't work. So in some instances, we had what? Wars, Congo, where Lumumba, seem to understand the international dynamics of it. So they fixed it. The Congo is still in a mess. It's not in the interest of some forces. Nigeria. People in Nigeria got a little confused. So they had a war. But what do you have in common between Nigeria and Congo? That principle that had to be adopted in Cairo, 1960. Whether or not to respect colonial boundaries. Africans were not there. That was true. And it was accepted. But what was the alternative? It was Nyerere who came up with that. What he saw happening. Irredentism. Also in Morocco, maybe Ghana, Somalia, to some extent Ethiopia. Kamuzu Banda in Malawi had dreams of splitting Mozambique into two. So one for Malawi and the other one for some missionary, American missionary, went to see Nyerere and said, Tanganyika is a nice place. Their master is here and their master is in Kenya. Why don't you just bring them together? And he thought that there was something wrong. It's crazy, yeah? So that's why he suggested in Cairo that there is need to respect those colonial boundaries, even if we are not there. The alternative is perpetual chaos with it. So the principle was accepted. No expansion and no contraction. Congo and Nigeria, the problem was the construction issue and the contract. Whether a country can contract. So what do you have then? Nation building became the agenda, and it was difficult to build any nation because of the differences that have been instilled and the suspicions. And sometimes the people doing the nation building were not very good, were not very competent. And because they were not competent and not very good, and there were tools of external control, the neocolonialism. So fragmentations and controls and fighting was a contrived reality that post-colonial states in Africa had to deal with. The forces of fragmentation operated both within, therefore, and within the new states, within the regions, and even within the continent. That Pan-Africanist nationalism somehow disappeared as we concentrated mainly on trying to create nations within the territory. and suspicious with the others. You have this paradox. Kenya and Tanzania are supposed to be very close. They are neighbors. And we know they are not very nice to each other. So there is no sense of oneness. The East African community is an ideal. But what is the reality on the ground? So there are those challenges of creating a sense of a nation. Even our diaspora people, the Americans, they lost the vibe. They ended up being somehow sentimental. So occasionally people would say, well, yeah, Malcolm X, yeah. Martin Luther, yeah. And nothing else. This in the 1960s and 70s. Subsequently, post-colonial Africa ended up being more chaotic and unstable. And in some cases, some countries chose to ignore the inherited borders, despite the agreement in Cairo. They were seeking either to consolidate their sense of nationalism, despite the borders, or to defend those borders, despite the sense of nationalism. They all had to deal with collective unipolarity of the conceptual West that had been controlling advice on how to do things. From the time of the establishment of the colonial states, the belief in the conceptual West, which was racist in foundation, was that Africans are not capable of knowing what was good for themselves. They therefore should be told, should be advised. At the end of the Cold War, the United States remained as the unipolar force. That sense of unipolarity, however, was very short-lived. The sense of triumphalism that was running around and saying you have to do whatever you want. Why? Because you are Americans. You had those self-congratulating books like Fukuyama's, The End of History. Samuel Huntington, Clash of Civilizations, which Edward Said dismissed as a clash of ignorance. Very myopic. Because Huntington was known to be one of those people who believed, like Henry Kissinger, his friend, democracy is not for everybody. There are areas you stop because it will not be in the interest of the conceptualist. It was one of those things. But there was that sense of triumphalism, that even the Chinese have no choice but to do what we want. And the poor Soviets now reduced to Russia, it has to be shown how to behave the way the Americans want it. And even some people who are allies of the US in Afghanistan changed tune. Osama bin Laden, Something went wrong with this triumphalism. And it became normal to resist this imposition in various ways. It said that the US behaves like ancient Rome and Athens combined. So it thinks that it is both Athens and Rome. Now, the knowledge of Rome might explain something. The Punic War between Carthage and Rome ended up with Rome beating up Carthage in two big wars and won. But it was never satisfied that it had won, because Carthage was still there. So for Rome to feel safe in its own mind, Carthage had to be destroyed completely, pulverized, such that it can never rise again. That's the only way that Rome was going to feel safe. So it went and destroyed, salted the earth and everything in a total war to ensure the notion of Carthage never comes up again. It appears as if the US behaves that way. Russia is still there. Stop being a potential threat. It might explain what's happening in Ukraine. So various nationalisms arose to challenge that new unipolarity. So we saw that in Europe, mentioned about the French saying Norway, the Poles and others are saying no. In Latin America, and even in West Africa, we've seen those people, the Sahel. It's a new form of resistance, nationalism coming up. Nationalism of anti-foreign type. Now, Africa has been caught in between some of these forces from the time we can think of. And in the current geopolitical realignment, the question comes, who decides for Africa? Who decides what African interests are? Who interprets the African reality, needs, and so forth? It's an old question. You can trace it back to 1900. There were two meetings in London. One for the colonial powers, and the other one for black people who were trying to figure out how they react to the reality of their oppression. It is the same question that went through during the colonial times. Who interprets? Right. And unfortunately, Africans have tended to be divided between two sides. There are those who accept the colonial narrative, the imperial narrative, and they are happy to allow the Euros to tell them what is in their interest. That's one side. Those are the ones who are groomed to be leaders. They are everywhere, including universities. Then there are those who remain questioning, who do the sin, commit the sin of thinking. Because to the imperialist, subjects have no business thinking. Somebody should tell them what their interests are. So that conflict is there. The side that says the Africans should be thinking for themselves, interpreting and deciding what is their interest, that is a continuation of African nationalisms. That's where we are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for listening in and the patience that you have shown us, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The cross-cutting representation here of professionals in their own capacities, politicians, academics, and intellectuals. Now, our next item, and then thereafter we'll go for a tea break, come back, of course, proceed with the discussion. 3 speakers after the tea break, and then we'll be down to our first panel of the day, which will encompass our great men who will be present here. So the next video will be virtual because Professor Mohamed Hassan had to fly back to Brussels in Belgium for an engagement, but we have his virtual video which is ready. And to be exact, it's 24 minutes. So thereafter, then we'll be heading for that tea break by 10:55. And then we have different serving points for which you will be served in a way that will be more accommodative. So I'll therefore request for your attention so that we'll be playing the videos in the 4 display points that we have here. But before we do so, allow me to give you a synopsis of who Professor Mohamed Hassan is. Historian and authoritative figure on the formation of the modern-day Ethiopian state. Professor Mohamed is a seasoned diplomat who served as the Ethiopian ambassador to the European Union, which is headquartered in Brussels, in Belgium. He quit his ambassadorial position in protest of the Tigray People Liberation Front, TPLF administration, who he felt, according to him, had become tools of imperialism for their expansive role in the Horn of Africa. And therefore, he'll be talking about the role of the United Arab Emirates in the Horn of Africa and the regionalization of the conflict in Ethiopia.
Good morning, friends. First of all, I would like to thank the AfroAsia Institute for inviting me. And in particular, also, I would like to thank Professor Abdul Wahab that we will gather, and we gathered in Nairobi to discuss the Horn of Africa in general and the world situation in particular. The theme I was given to speak is what's happening in Ethiopia, why Ethiopia is in such a difficult situation today, and why the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Dr. Abiy, he is going or squandering the goodwill which existed in the Horn of Africa. I will go a little bit into history, recent history of that country, which I was also a witness and a member. In 1991, there was a change in Ethiopia. The military regime of Mengistu Haile Mariam have been defeated, and a new situation have developed. My understanding was by 1991, all Ethiopian political forces and even prominent individuals will come to Ethiopia, to their country, will write a charter which brings Ethiopia's future political, social, and economic program. My understanding was, and I hoped, that my country, Ethiopia, will have a long transitional government without excluding anybody. First, it will be a confidence building among the Ethiopians themselves, to know each other, to have a very long debate and discussion among themselves. And finally, they could have charted a new way for their country, write a new constitution, and then establish a democratic state whereby all its citizens, they could be equal as an individual and as groups. But unfortunate is greediness of the TPLF, because they were the only one better organized and armed, have refused, and they wanted to grab the power alone. They shortened the transitional government, and they created their own program and imposed it on the others. Unfortunately, this small minority clique have ruled Ethiopia for 27 years, and instead of being a factor of stability in the Horn of Africa, it turned as an agent of destabilization of the region. and intervening in the Somali situation. Our understanding was our brother Somalis, they should be given a chance to discuss among themselves, whatever the time it takes, and they come with their own program of reconciliation and rebuild Somalia again. But the TPLF, being greedy, grabbing the power, and allying with external forces who are very far away from our region, they continued divide and rule and destabilization of Somalia for very long, and finally invaded it and went until Mogadishu, killed 16,000 Somali citizens, and finally they were defeated and overthrown. By 2018, when the popular revolt between 2014 until 2018 happened in Ethiopia, most of Ethiopians and almost all Ethiopians hoped again a new start will start in Ethiopia, whereby all the forces will participate. My idea was to establish a transitional government for a very long time, to heal the wounds which has happened in that country, to build a very strong confidence among the political actors and the people, and gradually to establish a democratic state. Again, it was also that situation didn't succeed, and the TPLF, which have ruled Ethiopia for 27 years, it withdrew from Addis Ababa and it went to its region and started mobilizing, because that it is the system which was created under them. The army belonged to them. 80% of the generals, they were from TPLF, from Tigray. 60% of colonel and lieutenant colonels came from there. 50% of the fighting force from major down, they were from Tigray. Once the change came, TPLF instead understanding the change and start a new path, they removed themselves tactically and they went to their bases. For more than 2 years, they were mobilizing, and their understanding is, and they made their own studies and debate when you look at it. There is no army in Ethiopia and there is no security in Ethiopia, because the 100,000 security which was created by TPLF was 35% of them in the middle and the higher ranking. They came also from Tigray. When they withdrew, they considered it a tactical withdrawal, organized in Tigray, mobilize the population of Tigray, and finally make an offensive toward Addis Ababa and overthrow the government there and come back into power. Probably at that moment their analysis on the ground was correct, because Ethiopia didn't have an army. That army belonged to the TPLF. The only army which was solid, and it was stationed in Tigray, which they constitute 30,000, 32,000, well-armed one. That army, they surround it. 10,000 of them are from Tigray, and the remaining is from other Ethiopian nationalities. The understanding of the TPLF is in the beginning to confuse and to convince these army officers and soldiers to join them in their march toward Addis Ababa. Finally, they surrounded the army. They told them to put their guns down. And about 8,000 of them who have refused, they ran away without shoes, without clothes, without any support. And finally, they ran to Eritrea, and Eritrea supported them, gave them food and dress and everything. And Dr. Abiy, the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, he came running with 2-3 generals and asked the Eritrean government to support him. The TPLF analysis on Ethiopia, how and the strengths of the Ethiopia and the government of Dr. Abiy was correct. But their major mistake is their analysis on Eritrea was incorrect. Finally, the TPLF decided to wage 2 wars simultaneously. They have sent about 100 missiles toward Eritrea, and they invited Eritrea to join in a war, and a few months, within a month, 80% their army was decimated. Dr. Abiy, it is not his choice to go to war. For that I can understand him. But in 2018, he signed with all Ethiopian opposition parties, including the armed one, the OLF, the Oromo Liberation Front, the Ogaden Liberation Front, the Amhara, all others, and all of them came back home. I thought, and as I have said in the interview when I was in Addis Ababa, it was a golden chance was for Dr. Abiy, first being as an Oromo organization. His organization is called Oromo Democratic Organization. And there is also two other Oromo organizations, the Oromo Federalist and the OLF. I advised him, I said, first deal and discuss with your Oromo brothers, despite of the different political parties, and discuss long and build a confidence building, and then come with a minimum program. He didn't do that. He opted the same like the TPLF in 1991 to dominate everything and to grab the power. The major mistake is started there. Finally, he started to divide the people, and particularly this organization who have entered the Oromos. The first victims of him in the beginning, they were the Oromos. A lot of Oromos have been arrested. And the Oromo Liberation Front, finally the young people, they saw that the danger is coming from them. They went to the field and they are armed, and now today they are controlling big part of the Oromo region. The Oromo region is divided by 21 provinces. 18 provinces is no more in the hand of Dr. Abiy. He controls only 3 regions. Probably the 3 regions of the Oromo regions also, he have no absolute control. And finally, he became a mayor of Addis Ababa. The second mistake of him, that the Amhara people, because 27 years being dominated by the TPLF, and the organization the TPLF created for the Amharas was rejected by the Amhara population in general, and they have allied with him, which is, they call themselves Fano, that they allied with him to fight against the TPLF. Immediately after the agreement in South Africa, Johannesburg, and then with the meeting in Nairobi, he demolished that agreement and turned against the Amhara forces, and he considered the Amharas are dangerous, and he wanted to disarm them. Now is more than 7 months. In the Amhara region, there is a rebellion of Amhara rebellion, which is controlling almost all parts of the country. He energized and created a fear among the Amharas that there is a conspiracy that Oromos wanted to control them and to divide them, and at the same time to weaken the Amharas. In the Amhara region already there was a grievances for the last 27 years, and the party which is now associated with Dr. Abiy was considered by Amhara masses as an agent of the center, yesterday for TPLF and now for Prosperity Party of Dr. Abiy. And this rebellion now is continuing and is increasing day by day. A lot of the young people have joined it. Now they are starting even liberating towns and cities. And this situation that it is the whole Amhara region is out of his hand, including the Oromo region. Tigray, of course, is after it is defeated with TPLF mistakes. And now the situation in Tigray, it is the people of Tigray, now they are facing famine, and they brought the situation to disaster, and the people of Tigray now is in the situation pre-1975. When you calculate Tigray and Amhara and Oromo region, is almost 70% of the country is out of his hand. Dr. Abiy, when he came to power, he was the most popular prime minister. And he was supported by everybody, including me. And we made a united front with him when the TPLF started his war of aggression to go and to overthrow him. But Dr. Abiy, I think his memory is very short, and he doesn't know how to sort out the contradiction, and always wants to live with contradiction, which brought him now in a very bad situation. While his situation is like that, now started also another journey, which he wants to have a harbor or a port in Somaliland, and this is unacceptable by the Somali people. He ignited the Somali nationalism. He is disturbing the whole region, and instead of becoming a peace factor, he became a war and destabilizing factor. I don't think Dr. Abiy will survive very long time. He is living now with borrowed time. We thought that, and when we support him, we are going to build a good neighborhood in the region, whereby all of us we can work together and we can build together. But he shattered everything, and he brought the situation to a very antagonistic situation. As far as the economy of Ethiopia is concerned, majority of the population is marginalized. Most of the young people have no hope to get a job, to establish family, to support their families and so on. Ethiopia have reached of the level of poverty you can't imagine. The inflation of the Ethiopian birr or currency, it is skyrocketing. The bureaucracy is collapsing. And he, by divide and rule ideology, which inherited from the past regime, he had weakened the Ethiopian state, and he had weakened the Ethiopian population, and today he have lost almost all the popularity, and he is in a negative situation. To conclude the situation in Ethiopia today, Ethiopia is under volcanic situation. Volcanoes are erupting there and there, and he ignites this volcano. Probably that it is the country is in the verge of collapse. The economic situation is a very bad situation, and the ethnic conflict and hate among the different ethnic groups is increasing. I'm afraid as an Ethiopian that these contradictions and this volcano, which is erupting, can bring a very big disaster to the population of Ethiopia in specific, and it can bring also destabilization in the greater Horn of Africa. I appeal for my brothers and sisters Ethiopians to think thoroughly and to save the people of Ethiopia and Ethiopia, at the same time cooperate with their brothers in the Horn of Africa to create a new condition of neighborhood and to establish a new relationship based on equality, basis of mutual understanding, basis with independence and freedom of the peoples of the region. I think Dr. Abiy has finished his time. He might incite conflict between Amharas and Oromos. Above all, the first victim in this situation will be the Oromo people. Our Oromo brothers who have suffered for a very long time. I was born in Addis. I knew a lot of Oromos, a lot of honest and decent Oromo people who have struggled for their democratic right. He have also shattered it and created out of it a monster. On the other side, the Amhara brothers, who are also refused to live as before, and they are saying that we have to be equal in this country. We have to start a new chapter, not based on an ethnic, narrow nationalism. We have to be beyond, and that equality in that country have to be guaranteed on a mutual respect and a mutual understanding. Dr. Abiy, by waging war in Amhara region, he have shortened his life, and he have created a serious contradictions. Therefore, this big country, which have a serious economic problem, majority of its population is younger than 45, who have no hope to live, and he is igniting a civil war among the Ethiopian people, and I'm a bit afraid that he is inciting a genocide in that country. Therefore, all patriotic Ethiopians and all democratic forces in the region. They have to think and study properly what is going to come, and we have to keep this system at bay and bring a confidence building among all actors in the region and try to build in speaking term all forces. And I hope that this AfroAsia think tank, which is led by Dr. Abdul Wahab, will bring different intellectuals and scholars from different parts from different parts of Africa, and also from different parts of the world, and in specific also from different parts of the Horn of Africa. I hope that it is this beginning. We will continue to struggle, and I will appeal to all parties to contact the new think tank, the AfroAsia think tank, which is established by Dr. Abdul Wahab, and we will consult with him and with all other friends of us to build a bridge between all each Horn of Africa people, because our contradiction, it is a minimum contradiction. There is no geographical change among us. The enemy from far, who is trying to divide us, to use us, to create an antagonistic enmity among us, this we have to be very clever. There is no geographical change happened among us, and we have to discuss very seriously, and we have to call a cat a cat. The Horn of Africa have suffered for a very long time, and the population of Horn of Africa had also suffered. The intervention, external intervention, very far away from our region, who doesn't care about our life. They use divide and rule strategy to weaken us, to divide us, to create an antagonistic enmity among us. We have to rise up beyond that, and we have to come together and discuss frankly, honestly, on the basis of fraternal brotherhood. I think Dr. Abiy misses, because of all the Horn of Africa people gave him a confidence when he came to power. I have never seen an Ethiopian prime minister who is so popular as him, and in a very few years he squandered it, and now he is beyond negative. He is the most hated person in that country. The other part is he is not working neither for Ethiopian people nor for the region. He is in service of external force who are very far away from us. He have never learned from the previous regime, TPLF. He have never learned what the TPLF leadership did on the people of Tigray and where it had brought them. He could read little bit and see the situation of the people of Tigray today. It could have been for him a good example to correct his line and to come in a good term. Now we have even crossed and ignited Somali nationalism by transaggression and trying to. I don't think he had the possibility to build a harbor or port in Somalia. It is somebody's project. He's adapted it, and he have created a contradiction between Somali people and himself. I appeal to my brother Somalis. They have to be very calm and study what is happening and what is this Prosperity Oromo Party. It is a fundamentalist Christian party which have no relationship or organic relationship with the Oromo people. I appeal to brothers and sisters of Oromos to come out from and condemn this and forge a relationship with all the people in the region in order to establish a good neighborhood, brotherhood, and we can work together and we can elevate the life of the population in Ethiopia and by far also on the region. I am not thinking in terms of ethnic nationalism. Ethnic nationalism have no ultimate solution to the region. Yes, in Ethiopia, the nationality question had been a very important question. But the ethnic nationalist parties also who have taken power in Ethiopia, they use this contradiction in order to keep their power in a divide and rule thinking. And this is very wrong. Ethiopians have to learn from their own recent history, and I hope that we continue our debate, we will continue our dialogue among ourselves, and we raise the consciousness of the young people who are the majority, more than 70% of the population in the Horn of Africa. In conclusion, I think the think tank which is established in Nairobi, the Afro-Asian think tank, and specific Dr. Abdul Wahab for inviting me, and thank you very much, and let's continue the debate.
Good morning. Thank you. Welcome back. Let's have some order, Honorable Farah. No, let's do after the session, please, please, please. I'll give you enough time. I don't want to rush you. We have time so that we finish on time. Shukran. Okay, thank you. I call the House to order now. Let's be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished academics, intellectuals. Order, ladies and gentlemen. I also request those who are outside to get to the auditorium hall so that we can kickstart our second session. Okay, thank you. Let's maintain silence, please. Honorable Farah. Okay, Ahmed, can you have your seat, please? Okay, thank you. Let's be seated, and so that we can begin our second session. Honorable Farah, this desk is yours. Keep some order here. We need silence. Yes, please. Yes, thank you. So it appears that the source of the noise was the front row desk here. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I also request those who are outside to make their way into the auditorium hall so that we can seamlessly kickstart the second session of this event. Thank you. Let's maintain silence, please. So far, we had three speakers who had talked about an array of topics, starting off with the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the question of self-determination by Dr. Hassan Khanenje, and also the African nationalism in a unipolar setting by Professor Macharia Munene and Professor Mohamed Hassan, who had addressed this event from Brussels in Belgium, for he had an assignment and an undertaking to that effect, and therefore his presence here wouldn't otherwise have materialized. He will also be the last speaker here before we go on a break, for lunch break that is, to speak about the role of the United Arab Emirates and in the Horn of Africa and the regionalization of the conflict in Ethiopia, which he had exhaustively talked about. One of Kenya's leading professors and in the African continent to that effect, Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o, had reckoned that if you speak all the languages of the world, minus your mother tongue, then that is enslavement. If you speak all the languages of the world, he added, plus your mother tongue, then that's empowerment. We'll be having a Somali speaker who will be doing his presentation, Sheikh Abdurrahman Bashir. But there are going to be gadgets for those who will be disadvantaged, I fear so that you can have the simultaneous translation into English. But first, our next speaker here is Dr. Abdel Fattah Ismail Tahir, who is with us, and a brief biography before he comes to make his submissions. Dr. Abdel Fattah Ismail is a research fellow at the Global Development Institute in the city of Manchester in the United Kingdom. Prior to this, Dr. Ismail served as a member of parliament at the Somali federal government, parliament to that matter, and holds a PhD in geography, specialization urban, from the University of Sussex in the UK. His research focuses therefore on urban politics and governance with a keen interest in regional geopolitics and the interface with development. I call onto you to the stage. Thank you.
Honorable Member of Parliament, ambassadors, esteemed scholars and respected professionals, participants, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all in the Islamic tradition. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is a great privilege to be here, and I'm grateful for the gracious invitation of Professor Abdul Wahab Abdul Samad of this institute. I'm invited to discuss the Ethiopia-Somaliland Memorandum of Understanding, which has been signed on the 1st of January. Before I delve into the issue, I just wanted to make a remark about myself. This issue, in addition to the fact that it concerns all Somalis in the Horn of Africa region, not only Somalia, but also personally, I come from the region which the issue concerns most, Somaliland. It is also personal in the sense that my father was born and died in Ethiopia. So I guess I should have as much right as anybody in that region, and I'm qualified to become a citizen of that region. I'm also qualified to become a citizen of this country because my mother's family is from here. My mother operates a small business in this country. But I have made an informed decision, a personal decision, to become a Somali citizen. In addition to that, I forgot that I should have mentioned, I hold a British citizenship. I don't call myself a British citizen. I only hold their passport. So I'm Somali, from Somalia, and I'm proud to be one. Having that said, I will try to address the issue I'm given to discuss through a number of questions. The question I will begin with is, and I think some of the professors have kind of laid the groundwork for that. They've spoken about the leadership personally, at a personal level, of Abiy Ahmed, and I think I should continue doing that. I have not prepared an academic, this is not an academic exercise for me, it's more personal. So for that reason, I think Somalia, the first question is, who are we dealing with? And my simple answer to that is we're dealing with despots. Three enemies are at the gate. The first is my cousin, Musabi. The second is Al-Shabaab. And the third, which many people believe is a new addition, but I always believed he was one from the beginning, is Abiy Ahmed. So I wanted kind of tease out the common things they share. And I came up with about 4 characteristics, if not 5, they share in common. One of which is the personalization of issues. They take, when you're holding an important office like presidency or premiership, you're supposed to be acting at a very strategic level, not at a personal level. So for them, politics is personal. They also suffer from superiority complex. I will explain that later. and my way or the highway approach or attitude to everything they do. And lastly, they suffer from underestimation kind of character. To explain this, I will first begin with Musabih. Musabih's demeanor consistently reflects, and I don't call him president anymore, I won't call him because he lost that respect when he signed off a piece of a land that he doesn't have an authority to sign for anybody, other than a Somali, of course, for building. So his personal demeanor consistently reflects a sense of personal offense in response to every challenge he encounters, mostly coming from clanism, where he tries to kind of guard off the power from clan A or B to make sure that they don't come to power, and to make sure that, for instance, at the Somali level, the entity he represents does not share anything with their brothers and sisters. And that is motivated by clanism. The second thing is his belief in supremacy, which kind of flows from the previous one, which again is deeply rooted in clanist views, where his authority remains unquestioned. If anybody questions him, he gets arrested, he gets harassed, and he most likely will be thrown into jail. The third is the my way and the highway we mentioned, which defines his leadership, creating an aura of indomitable will that rarely bends to the perspectives of others. No space belongs to one particular politician or a leader. The space is shared for governance, for politics, and for social development. People will have ideas, they will need to share those ideas, and there is no otherwise other than opening up the space to accommodate people. In his universe, a compromise is a sign of weakness. His strength is measured by unswerving adherence to his often suicidal actions. I can't call them convictions, but actions. But I think one mistake he makes is that he underestimates people's determination to have their voices heard. And one example of that, the result of that, would not be more evident than what happened in Las Anod. A popular uprising where people, civilians like myself and you, took up the arms against a brutal dictator who wants to make them suffer much longer than they already did. Prior to that, he's famously known for his saying, "Anigo wahdili kara du'a qaadan maayo," which implies a refusal to accept leniency so long as he has a gun in his hand. The second group we are dealing with is Al-Shabaab, which perceives itself like, or as a group, as messengers of God, holding the belief that the interpretation of religious tenets is the only valid one. And I think they share that in common with the previous person we mentioned, because that is exactly what he believes. They also have a supremacy mindset, just like him, which fuels the zero-sum game approach, where they adhere strictly to my way or the highway attitude we mentioned, rejecting any form of alternative viewpoints. This extreme stance highlights their commitment to their so-called cause, irrespective of the consequences. And I was present in Mogadishu when 1,400 people evaporated just like that in a matter of seconds in the Zope terrorist attack, which is only second to what happened in the States. back in 2001. They often underestimate the resolve of the people, just like him. Miscalculating the resistance and the determination of those who stand against their extremist views. And that's exactly what happened. Their actions kind of led people to take up the arms against him, civilians like Mawisley, in various regions, not only one region, 2 or 3, but almost in every corner of where they were ruling. And they underestimate the resolve of the people in that regard. So the third one is Abiy Ahmed, and he shares all of the things we said above. He harbors a belief that his ascension to power is ordained by God. His approach to leadership is tinged with tribalism as he seeks to ensure the dominance of his tribe, which I do not think he represents them all. He's just using them for staying in power, as Professor Muhammad Hassan said earlier, at the expense of a more inclusive governance, which would have benefited the different ethnic groups in Ethiopia, including the Somalis. Again, he shares the my way or the highway attitude. He sees collaborative decision making or alternative viewpoints as a weakness. One of his ministers, I just came back from Ethiopia, and while I was there, one of his ministers said, for Abiy Ahmed, he kind of projects himself as an environmentalist, as somebody who values the environment. But for him, for killing someone is so easy for him, while for planting a tree, or more than a remark along that line, in which Abiy prioritizes the planting of trees, then ensuring that people stay safe and they don't get killed by the state. That minister is in jail now, and by the way, he was the minister for peace. So with him, peace is arrested. Furthermore, Abiy consistently underestimates the resolve of the people, and that's why you see he's the first prime minister where his home region sees the most problems in terms of resistance. Meles Zenawi didn't have that. The Selen didn't have that, and the others before him didn't have that. So that tells something about him. He could not even control his own region, let alone anybody else. And when I was in Ethiopia recently, Chichiga is actually booming because of the fact that there are crises everywhere else in the country. Somalis benefit from that, of course. They need to maintain that. But that's what is happening. It reflects his leadership. The country is banning, as the previous professor said. 70%, he said. I wouldn't disagree with him, having just come from there, that the country is going through deep crisis. Having said that, my second question then is, what is the source of their desperation? We established that they are despots. So what is the source of this desperation? I think, firstly, they are confronted by locals who are increasingly rejecting their rule. This rejection stems from the detachment, from their detachment from the populist needs and aspirations. Secondly, they face a world that is either outrightly against them or is skeptical about engaging with them. Lastly, there is improbability, if not impossibility, of them staying in power any longer. All the signs are there. They're desperate, they're going, and they want to make sure they don't leave anything behind meaningful unless they are in power, which is very bad. My question number 3 then comes to the issue we came here to discuss. I came here to discuss, which is, in so doing, what have they done? Of course, there is the last kicks of a dying horse. Somebody signed away 20 kilometers of Somalia's land. He doesn't have an authority to do that, but he found a partner who is not willing to respect international rule and international law. The 20 kilometers extend from the sea to the border, and that many of you might be aware, but Lukhaya is not very far from the border, and Ethiopia will have a direct access to the sea if it wishes to go ahead. But I ask myself, how many countries does Somaliland need to recognize, and what would remain if it continues exchanging recognition for land? Every 20 kilometers, just imagine, maybe 20 more countries, if they need to recognize, there will remain no land for Somaliland to recognize. Ethiopia's underlying assumption to grab land from Somaliland is kind of based on the idea that Somalia is weak and cannot defend itself. So you take whatever you want while it's weak. But I think that kind of attitude has failed in the past. In 2006, Somalia was a lot weaker than it is now. We came together, defended our land, made a much stronger Ethiopia live by force, not by begging. We forced them out. In the words of Meles Zenawi, in an interview with an international TV, he said, "We are bogged down in Somalia." I'm not a native English speaker and I don't want to be one, but my understanding of bogged down is not a good one. Access to the sea. It's not really a bad idea. Uganda doesn't have a sea. There are 16 nations in Africa alone. In the world, there are 44 countries in the world which do not have direct access to the sea, and they don't have a problem. And it doesn't actually speed down their development. These countries include Hungary, which is a highly developed country. It includes very resourceful countries like Kazakhstan. They don't have a problem with using the services of the sea. After all, airports and ports around the world are managed either by government-owned parastatals or by privately owned companies. They charge service, they levy service charges from anybody who wants to use them, whether that's a local citizen like Kenyan citizens or Ugandan citizens. It will cost the same amount of money. And governments levy taxes. So what the Ethiopian government wants is not really an access, it's not like a simple service that helps their economic growth. It is basically a land grab. It is the expansionist attitude of the Ethiopian government since its formation. A more rational and economically viable approach would have been that ports are managed by companies which we don't have a problem with, and services provided at a charge, including ourselves. So I do not believe somebody or a businessman from Ethiopia should be charged much more than a businessman in Somalia should. The port gets developed through labor. My third point, having seen this aggression, what options are available to Somalia's government? I believe Somalia, we've already established Somalia is not weak when it comes to responding to external threats, and no nation should be, including the one we are in now, Kenya. If the United States decides to invade Kenya, Kenyans should be prepared to do whatever they can to defend their country. So I think no country should be underestimated. In terms of security, Somalia can prioritize, and I think this kind of goes against the assumption that Somalia is weak. It can prioritize strengthening its military capabilities, central to which is developing a comprehensive and cohesive model that incorporates clan militias like the SSC and Mahawisle and whoever else wants to join in order to defend their country from falling apart by secessionists or being taken away by somebody else. This strategy involves professionalizing these militias, fostering sense of national duty, and ensuring their adherence to laws. Somalia could also negotiate, and this is controversial, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Somalia is fighting Al-Shabaab not for itself, but for defending the free world from fanatics who want to impose their ideas, very misinterpreted ideas of Islam onto the world. If the world blinds itself from protecting Somalia's territory, then we will have no problem with Al-Shabaab or anybody else in Somalia, and we will not have even the ability to do that. Despite its risks, Somalia is open for discussion or for negotiation with Al-Shabaab. And I think the president has even alluded to that when he said, do not push us to previously unlock doors. Unlock doors simply means we cannot go to two wars. We cannot defend the world and we cannot defend ourselves unless we're helped. So negotiating with even fanatics should be on the table. Somalia could also support or establish resistance movements in Somaliland. No country, secession is not okay, and no country should allow it. 30 years is too long to wait for this entity to come back, and we should be prepared to take much more aggressive measures if it came to the idea of giving away some of our land to foreigners. We've tolerated enough because we didn't know it will come to this. This includes providing logistical and military assistance to whoever wants to fight for a united Somalia. And there is no problem with that. We should not be sheltered. States are made by gangs in many cases. There is no country, I can't say there is no country, but most countries in the world have at one point or another used the parallel gang to make or remake their state. Somalia could also expel the Ethiopian contingent from the African Union mission, and this would signify a shift in regional military relationships and operations. Lastly, on the security front, Somalia could take a legal action against the secessionists, prosecute individuals who are leading the entity now, and providing their names to the authorities concerned, including Interpol. The second thing that Somalia can do regards the diplomacy or the diplomatic front. Somalia could build alliances with countries in the region and international players who are equally threatened by the reckless actions of the Ethiopian government. Eritrea, I believe, should be one of them. Its strategic importance and its contentious past, Ethiopia would make it a key player in counterbalancing Ethiopian influence in the Horn of Africa region. Restoring diplomatic relations with the countries we have wrongly cut off relations with, including Iran, should also be a priority for us, as that will significantly alter the geopolitical dynamics in the region. I also think Somalia should reevaluate or readjust its relationship with the United Arab Emirates, considering its close economic cooperation, both economic and military, by the way, with Ethiopia. This recalibration aims to mitigate any negative impacts and potential threats that might arise from this relationship, ensuring Somalia's interests are protected. We cannot control anybody's relationship with another. The United Arab Emirates is free to have a relationship with whoever it regards important, but not our expense. We have to always evaluate these relationships, and our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which unfortunately is vacant up to now, has to deal with that. You have to always reevaluate relationships with countries, relationships and processes, not products. A more controversial, yet I think very impactful strategy would be a retaliatory measure, an encouragement of secessionist movements in Ethiopia, such as those of Tigray and Oromia. They are encouraging secessionism in our country. We should not shy away of providing whatever assistance in terms of diplomatic avenues and in terms of military assistance to secessionists in that country. When they stop, we stop. We don't have a problem with Ethiopia as long as it doesn't have a problem with us. Moreover, aligning with Egypt, which is a traditional foe of Ethiopia, of course, over very strategic water resources, would provide strategic leverage which might extend to various domains, including diplomatic relations, security cooperation, and the provision of any bases where the military will be based. Forging an alliance, and I don't think it's easy to get, with a globally influential country that could provide both diplomatic backing and military support to Somalia is also essential, should be essential in our strategy. In return for this support, the allies should receive a significantly advantageous access to Somalia's vast natural resources. We have natural resources, but that resource is not exploited because of our stupid nationalism, which sometimes is, we could call it ultra-nationalism. Countries have interests, especially if they are far from you. Sometimes you are poor and you cannot extract these resources. You have to have a way of giving some discounts to some countries. And we should discuss that very seriously. Who are they going to be is another matter altogether. But we should be prepared that we cannot keep these resources and we cannot keep this country alone. In the language, in the Somali language, we are Langab in this world. We are 15 million people in Somalia. We cannot defend this country alone unless we forge alliances with other countries. We also need to leverage international legal frameworks, and we have done that in the past. This might involve bringing the issue to international bodies like the United Nations, the AU. Some of these forums we are together with Ethiopia, and some of them we have more advantage, like the OIC and the Arab League. It's forums that we can explore in order to advance our legal agenda. But, and this is a very big but, there are too many contradictions in the kind of things we can do. And it's the responsibility of a government. Government is a machine. It doesn't act on the basis of emotions. It brings together many things and makes sense of it. So we need to balance some of the rivalries with the people we want to make alliances with. We have to manage them in such a way that our agreements are both advantageous for them and for us. And I think Somalia is positioned to do that. We are sitting on 10% of Africa's coastal line. And coastal lines are becoming increasingly important in the geopolitical dynamics of the world. So we are strategically sitting on a very big chunk of the world's power corridors. I would like to conclude my remarks on a few things. The idea of self-determination, which the previous professors have alluded to, is an important one. But each self-determination gets born, it's kind of, it emerges in a particular context. In our context, it emerged in 1960, and we made a decision to unite because individually we would be feeling threat. We would be threatened. This is a very hostile region, and we could not survive separately as small states. So we've made our decision in 1960, and we don't want to go back to the drawing board again to make self-determination an issue in Somalia again. Somalia's argument, actually, with regards to self-determination in the 1960s, was that we need to revisit, as the professor alluded to. Somalia was arguing that to uproot the colonial attitudes, the colonial legacies, the colonial problems, we need to revisit borders. Africa can grow its borders within itself, have brotherly discussions on the table, and we redraw the borders. But we lost that argument. And for what many people at the time regarded the right thing, Africa decided to maintain the territorial integrities of the countries the way they were. The Somali people, the Somali elite, the Somali political class have accepted that, including the Somalis in Kenya, the Somalis in Ethiopia, and the Somalis in Somalia. But that acceptance did not come with reciprocity. We're still facing the problem of the very idea we accepted, territorial integrity of Africa, has been threatened again, and the remaining, say, 7-shaped territory we have now to be threatened by other countries. I do not think whether it is the right thing for the African leadership to be silent anymore about this issue. We have done what they wanted. We played by the game. We played by the rules, and yet we still feel threatened. That's not fair. So I will conclude finally that as Somalis, we cannot, should not, and will not let go an inch of what we have now until we are all wiped out from the face of the earth. Lastly, I would like to say that in Somali, and maybe because I cannot interpret in English, waxaa jira nin Sudaana oo waqooyiga Soomaaliya ka soo jeeda oo wiil u dhalay marka uu la soo heshiiyey nimankii gumaystayaasha meesha joogay oo ay ka dhaadhiciyeen inuu dalka isagu ku doono aabihii uu markaa in badan shaqaabiyay aabihiin oo nationalist buu ahaa beerkiisa oo Sudaana oo la yaqaan marka odaygii markuu wiilkii wixii ku akhriyay aabbo sidan ay noqonaysaa nin xal gelaya sidan la yeelayaa oo wax badan oo tiro badan oo faa'iidooyin sheegay ayuu odaygii oo dee rabay inuu hadalka soo jiraa wuxuu ku yidhi aabbo gumaystaha yeeli mayno haddeen tooda yeelno dadka daayeeray ka dhigaya wiilkii markaa dee wiil ka qaldanaa siyaasaddu baa ka qaldaneed nin fariida buu haayo hadal kale oo maraadina wuxuu yidhi aabba haddii dadka daayeera laga dhigo inagu cooflaynu ka noqonayna cooflaha waa taqaanaa waa ka weyn daayeer ka weyn daayeer miyaa la yidhahdaa marka haddii waxa laga cararaya oo deegaanka hadda muuse uu dadka uga cararaya marna Soomaalinimada uga ordaya marna uuba kuwa uga sii hooseeyo oo la dhashay xukunka inuu kala cararo daraadood uu Ethiopia u leeshiinaya war haddii dadka daayeera ka dhigto muuso dee kuwaynu ka ordaynaa cooflay ka noqon doonaan maxaynu samayn le Soomaalida oo dhan haddaynu ka orodno cooflay bay noqonayaan oo Ethiopia wada qabsato armay halkan laynoogu qaatay halkanaynu political classkeeda iyo elitekeeda iyo economic might-ka iyo isaaqalku kaga jiray waad garanaysaa haddaynu dee afkaba annagu qabiilka kama xishoonna magaciisa in la sheegee halku kaga jiray waad garanaysaa Soomaaliya haddii aynu baashii dib loo baandheeyo arma cooflaha ay ka noqdaan meeshaa kale aynu ku ordayno waa ka baxay waa mahadsan
السلام عليكم hadalka ninkaasi suldaankeegi weeyaan ninkaa suldaankeegi weeye hadalkiisa mid aad u miisaaniyad weyn weeye anigu horaan ku jiray isagana imika directionkii waa bixiyey anigu rajada waxaan u arkay rajada inay aad u ballaarantay waa mahadsantii.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished academics, professionals, intellectuals in your capacities. Up next will be a presentation that will be made in Somali. So I urge, because of network issues, for those who are seated on the right side, apparently the gadgets are not effectively working. So I request you move on the left side. They are empty seats so that you can be in a better position to understand. For those who don't understand Kisomali, because we'll be using the gadgets for translation purposes. So if you don't understand Somali, because the next speaker is going to be speaking in Somali, so I urge you, because the gadgets are working better on the left side, you move on this other side. Oh, it seems you're all comfortable, okay? We have enough gadgets, so less worries. If, okay, I see there is comfort. Let's proceed. Okay, so the next speaker, and he's coming just one before we break for lunch, Sheikh Abdurrahman Bashir, to just give you an assessment of who he is. Sheikh Abdurrahman Bashir is a former judicial advisor and an expert on Sharia law. He's also an imam and a researcher at the Dar al-Faruq Center in the United States of America. He's a renowned thinker and writer whose commentary centers on social and political issues pertaining to the Horn of Africa region. In his accorded time, he will be talking about, number one, navigating geopolitical landscapes and the challenges, the cases of Djibouti and Somalia, and also Ethiopia as the second subject, an insider's perspective on the past, present, and the future dynamics. Sheikh, tafadhal. So I see there's comfort on this side that you'll be following the Somali proceedings very comfortably. Are you okay? Okay, Sheikh. Please welcome. Do you all have the gadgets? For those who don't understand. Prof, are you okay? Professor Masharia? Okay, we don't want anyone to be disadvantaged, so that's why I have to make sure everyone is has the gadgets. Okay, let's proceed. Shukran.
بسم الله الحمد لله الصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. واد mahadsantihiin subax galab wanaagsan subaxdu way naga dhamaatay. waxaan jeclahay inta aan bilaabin mawduuca inaan ka hadlo arrin muhiim ah oo taabanaysa waxa aan ka hadli doono insha Allah. Okay. arrin muhiim ah oo waxaan ka hadli doono taabanaysa aan ku yara bilaabi doonaa. arrintaas waxa weeye markii guumaysigu uu noo yimid wuxuu shirar la geli jiray odayaasha sidoo sheegay aqoonyahankii markii dhaweyto suldaanadu ka dhamaysan jiray wax la yidhahdo waana ilaalinayaa waxaana waa inisiinayaa iyakuna way ogolaan jireen kadibna saasuu kusoo degi jiray. waxaan la yaabay habeenkii dhaweydee muuse biixi ay kulmeen axmed abi sidii unbay ahayd halkii unbaa taagannahay wax isbedeloo inagu dhacay ma jiro. waxa weeyaan dad balaan ku socda oo nidaam ku socda iyo dad sugayey inay dad nidaamka u yimaadaan baa had iyo jeer kulmaya sidaasaa dhulkeennana lagu qaadan jiray maanta lagu qaadanaya. marka waxaan la yaabay oon isweydiiyey maxaa inoo soo biiray 200 sano haddii siyaasigeennu suldaankii 200 sano ka hor uu la caqli yahay uu meeshiina la fadhiyo maxay noo soo kordhay baan isweydiiyey habeenkii uu shir ku dhacay ama ay saxanayeen marka waxaan jeclahay inaan ka hadlo mowduuc ku saabsan jallanjiyada amba taxadiyaadka ee nagu meersan Soomaaliya iyo Djibouti waxaan u qaybin doonaa labo kuwa gudaha inaga haysta iyo kuwa dibadda inaga imanaya laakiin culimada istiraatiijigu waxay dhahdaan jallanjiyadu had iyo jeer waa labo waa mid naajara oo dabiiciya oo adigu aad shaqo ku lahayn inaad ilaahay kugu abuuro meel baraf badan ama meel saxara ah oo wax ka soo baxay aysan jirin amba in lagu abuuro meel barwaaqo uu roobku kala go'ayn sida meesha aan fadhino kale iyo meelaha Afrika bartamaheega ah adigu ma dooran waa iska xaragtay marka taasi waa rabbaani waa dabiici midna wax weyn bini aadanka sameeya jallanjiyada isaga ka imataa sida maanta ka dhacday dhulkeena oo annagu aan marinay wixii geel la oranayay kadibna marna aan abaar la ooyino marna daadad iyo biyo naqarqiyaan la ooyino marka jallanjigu labadaas u qaybiyaan xidhadan waa dabiici amba waa rabbaani midda kale waxaa jira la feleeleyn jallanjiyadu la feleeleyn la fel noociyeen kow waxa midda koobaad ka ah waxa weeyaan waa midda la yiraahdo jallanji aanan ku dhibayn kaana keensanayn inaad shaqaysatid waxaa dhacdaa jallanjiga qofka sixiya matalan wadannada bartamaha Afrika ku yaalo kale dhulka barwaaqada ah oo xataa cambadii iyo geedii barwaaqada ah ay si waxshi u baxayaan qofka shaqadii ma shaqaysanayo waxay ka dhigtaa qof iska fadhiya jallanji ma dareemayo waxaa dhacdaa mustaqir mid kale waxaa dhacdaa jallanji qofka dilaa jallanjiga qofka dila waxaa ka mid ah kuwa wadannada askiimooga kale dadka haysta qofkii horumar ma gaari karayo waxaa ka adag annaka Canada oo kale waxaa jira meelaha dadkaasi degan yihiin oo noloshii ay la falgeli kari lahayn noloshii baa ku xoog badan way ka adkaatay ka saddexaad waxaa dhacdaa ka keensan karaya inaad horumar samaysid waa midda ku kilkilinaya ee ka cadhaysiinaya ninkaa dhigaya ee ku dhaqaajinaya jallanjigaasi baa muhiim ah annaga markaa waxaan eegi doonaa kana haysta mandiqadeenu waa kee saddexdaa ay culimada istiraatiijigu u qaybiyeen maka baktiga ah oo qofka isku hurdaya maka ku kilkilinaya ka cadhaysiinaya mise waa ka ma aragtay ku dilay kii walbaabka ka galin weeyaan xagga istiraatiijiga jallanjiyada haystaan waxaan u qaybiyay labo dibadda iyo gudaha waa soo koobaya lix baa gudaha inaga haysata ta koobaad ee gudaha inaga haysata waxa weeyaan waa jallanjiga la yiraahdo inaan fahansanayn inaanu wali aan gaarin mafhuumka dawladnimada dawladdu maxay tahay shaqo isku mid wali inaan been isku sheegno anu waxaan aaminsanahay ee Djibouti ee Soomaaliya meesha doon hadda ganaan iyo dawladdu wali isma salaamin dawladnimadu waa meel la gaaro ma aan gaarin markaasi taasi waxay noo keentay inaan marka aan dawlad helno ay noqonayso wax qofku leeyahay sharikad ay noqonayso shakhsigu uu qaadanayo oo geeli aan lahayn iska noqonayso dawladdu marka dawladihii hore uu qofku lahaa ayaan dhawtay waxaan ka fikirayaa inuu guriga fadhiya raggan maanta isla cabaadaya Muuse Biixi Ismaaciil Umar iyo maxaa dhada Xasan Sheekh naagaysa siinayeen isku dhisay laba sano ka hor dumar baa la isku siiyay waa la isla fadhiyeen waxaan maalintii kelmadan qabtay waxay ka tageen shaqadoodii odayaal bay noqdeen dhaqaaleed wuxuu ku leeyahay nasiya kana wuxuu yiri waad heshiin kana gabadhu bixinaya shaqo kuma lahayn kana wiilku uu doonay shaqo kuma lahayn xataa wixii dhan la qaldaya kuwii sidaa isku siisiinayba laba cisho ka hor bay isla fadhiyeen haddana cishadii saddexaad waxaan aragnay Muuse Biixi oo ka dhacay magaalada Addis Ababa oo badii bixiyay labadii dhinac kalena way cadhoodeen wax bay noqdeen suu badda u bixinaya oo maad ogin mimaan ogin haddaad ogin waddo qanbata haddaad ogeydna waxa ma tihi waa labada midkoodu waxa mukhaabaraad baan leenahay sirdoon baan leenahay dawladaan leenahay dadka islaanta yar oo baagiyaha iyo nin caybinaysay iska hor fadhida way dhageystaan waxay ku sheekeynayso waxay garan waayeen inuu Muuse Biixi ku socdo Addis Ababa oo soo saxay heshiis garan waayeen khaasatan dawladda idinku mataqaan Djibouti Ismaaciil Umar geelay boqolkiiba 80 mishaarka dadka la xoolooga sir wuxuu ku bixiyaa wardoon iyo sirdoon muxuu ogaan waayay inuu Muuse Biixi halka uu sii socdo markaasi waa waxaas waa midaas marka carabtu waxay tiraahdaa haddaad og tahayna فتلك مصيبة هداد أوغينا فالمصيبة أعظم هداد أوغين مصيبة بكسي وين بابل مركا تاسي وقرت دولة نمد واتاس هل كاسي إنك تاجنت هاي واحد هذا دولة وبروبلم كوين إنها هيست مشكلة طلبات يبدوها إنها هيست ولا لا marka u fiirsatiin dowladnimadii naga burburisay waxa loo yaqaan sidii loo heshiisiin lahaa wuxuu ilaahay inaga dhigay iyo waxa rabo ilaahay wuxuu inaga dhigay reero wajacalnaakum shucuuban maxay wa qabaa'il ilaahay baa naga dhigay marka dooranay may dowladnimadan naga dooranay inaan dowlad noqon naga dooranay sideen u heshiisiinaa labadaas waxa nahay iyo waxa rabo waa ku fashilanahay 6 sano waa ku fashilanahay inaan sameeyno waxaan rabnay laakiin waxa ka adag waxaan nahay baa ka adag سادرادد بان دولتي aan dhisnay bay dumaysaa waxa duminaya waxaan nahay lianna waxaan ka guuri kari laanahay xaaladda anu waxaan u bixiyay xaaladda reernimada waa xaalad xayawaaniya soo xayawaanku reeramaha geel iyo lo iyo ari iyo xayawaanimo xayawaan laakiin dowladnimadu waa xaalad insaaniya waa xaalad bini aadanimo ولذلك waxay yiraahdeen culimadu abqarinimada raganimada bini aadamku meesha ugu sareysu gaadhay wax weeyaan inuu dayaxa tagay maaha inuu dowlad sameeyo marka aan Canada ka baxon baabuur dhex wato oo ilaa Mareykanka iska tagayo oo qofna ilaahay waxa dhahdaa waa dawlad baa la sameeyay Europe baa meel kasta markaa dawlad baa la sameeyay China muxuu sameeyay dawlad u sameeyay Japan waa dawlad annaka maxaa naga fashilan dawladda naga fashilan reerkii baa ka hadlay dawladda reerkii baa dumiyay dawladda ina taas jalaanka labaad ee naxay saddexaad aniga jalaanka saddexaad ee naxay waxa weeyaan walaalka ka hadlay wuxuu saddex adoom aan leenahay Axmed Abi iyo Musabixi iyo wuxuu dhahay shabaab anigu ma aaminsani shabaab inuu yahay jalaanka adag shabaabku waxa weeyaan waa cudur weeyaan shabaabku cudur ma aha waa santoonki cudurka inuu cudur jiro maxaa ku tusaya shabaab ku tusaya muxuu yahay cudurku waa labada waxa weeyaan cudurka la yiraahdo sidaan diinta u fahmay haddaad u fahmi weydid gaal baad shabaab baa saarada biswadaad oo masaa'id badan yiraahdo أنا وحنا جعله ضد إنسان ديته أنا أفهمي إنه أفهم أنا هذا أفهمي وينا ويقلبين أوكي تاسو ميدكو ميد الله بعد وحويان والدولة الرجية قبصي أويري سلام وحو أركا يا أركا هذا أركي ودين وقلدنتي ما أريكم إلا ما أرى وحن أركا يا أركا فرعون بعد هي طلبات ودات كله لا أنك وحنا هنجر الشافعي وكبحنا وحنا نقول حنبلية دور ما نقول أنا كورس كوي إمي كرام حكوسون نقول شافعية هذا نبرز الحنبلية صوفيا نهي سلفيا كان أنا هاي وحا باقي ينصر يمرك وقدام بيسا هذه لكن لا بصلاده ولا جارو سو إمام شافعي وأنا رأيي هو صح لكن وقلتني كرايا رأيي أحمد نبحود رأيي هو صح لكن وقلتني كرايا هل كان جارنو شباب وحنا نقول يعني وحانا وحبت ترين إسكاب بابا يعني شباب هو فكرة شباب هو عذر فكرة ده ماها عذر هو بسيته وما مدة كلا هل كدم بينه وجي ما نساي شباب هو الصناعة وإحنا سميه وين شباب أنت اللي سميها نروك يعني أنا كون داعش يا سميه هاي داعش إن غير مرة داعش ما بقى داعش هذا ما جرتوا أيام تيجي ويتو دجال كغزو وكراعي وحين هذين سيدي داعش من حماس وبابيرنا لكن حماس دي داعش ما حماس بكعرس دي داعش وفكرة حنا لما بين كري حماس إمك محور بالحين بيدن ما تقول مزه لما بين كري محور يلي سداسي وحور يلي وحور قاضي إن داعش أي حماس اللي كردوين داعش ولا سمي لكن حماس لما سمي أوكي شباب ولا سمي أيان تلا الربعين شباب لا ترتيرنا ولا ترتيري دونا يا ترتيري دونا كوي نو سمي يا ترتيري دونا كوي نو سمينا وحي فديان دينا عكري كفديان بدعس يا دينا عكري بدعس كفديان كوا باي نو سمي كوا أنا ولا سو ديبي سين لوجو مشغولين بكاينا شباب وحوي كديجين شباب وحوي نماركو وحنا ركها عذر ير أو دول لكن عذر هو وين والتطرف السياسي الديني واحد جرنمة الدينية السياسية وعذرنا وجلانجك صدحات أفر جلانجك أفراد إنها يستوحوا يا إخواني في الله أنكو مركان جودها سلفرين وحال لهين هب أمن نولين هب كان أن الله والإفوليه ما يوان جورني وحنو جورني هب أهل هين هب كي أن نولين وكسو جورني ماذا الهين بنو جورني لحدينا مجرد لذلك قفك الصومالي كما كان أوفيستي إمك وامسه وصدح صومالي هلية بينيا المركي قالوا أنا اسكو متطرفة وحاجة الصومالي يوروبيانا صومالي عربة يا صومالي صوماليا صومالي يوروبيانا هاجر مركو فكري ويوروبيان يقول لي هذا هو مرينا قالنا دون إنه هالمريكان نونو سان فرانسيسكو هنفكرنا طلياني هنقولنا إنجليز هنقولنا هذا مني هندي لهن نجمدين ما نقول كرنا ساسورة بقى صومالي كلا جرا يقول لي ورد أنك أصل كين وعرب ولي يقول حد عدي مرتين وحن هلا جرين له كل أضي أورما نوي منايا كل أضي كل أمحارا نوي منايا كل أضي مع عرب بانها درية محمد بانها قريش بانها كان كتاجنين وما رأيت دارود إسماعيلي يوم مالي أخي جراحني بلد مي واحد مجيران دير أورما لندوي وي والله قوي خلاص ورقاسي ومحي الصومالي محان كود عربة جرا صومالي وحا جرا عدانا يا صومالي صوماليا marka anu waxaan rabaa inaan soo noqono dhexda ku soo noqono waxaan ahayna ku soo noqono arabta diintan wadaagnaa gaalkana bini'aadanimada wadaagnaa ninka cadna bini'aadanimada wadaagnaa wixii bini'aadan ka dhaxeeyo naga dhaxaynaya islaamku wuxuu naga dhaxeeyna ninka carabtu naga dhaxaynaya inta kale nagama dhaxaynaysa adeer لهذا baan maartay waxaan rabnaa iminka dhalinyarada waxaad arkaysaa qofka dhan oo maartay maanta oo dhan iska dhigay carab imaamadu la soo qaadanaya khamiis yar buu ku dhajinaya sidii carabtu u soconaya cadir baa gandiganaya waxaan waa dhaqan abi jahl buu waxaan usoo jiray abi lahabna usoo jiray waxaan waa dhaqan adeer diin ma hadaad doonayso dhaqankii gudhatiga qaadade annakaas yahay galbeedka gudhatiga ku qaadade waa ka dhaqankiina waa ka khamiiskana waa iska qaadanayna waan la wadaagnaa shamiishka shaarkana waan qaadanayna waa binaadana keentay laakiin ha iga dhigin waxaasi wax aan dadka kale ka duwanahay gabadhii baa laba gabadh baa jirta rag galbeed baa noqotay gabadhna carabeed baa noqotay beriga anagu dacwadii diinta bilowday guriga markaan iska imanno qofka albaabka raacin habluhu naga yaacay jaga meelay gelin aqalaba ma haynaba guriyo waxaan gal afar daasada gal halkee ku dhuuman kartaa miskiinada maxaa adeer loo orday xijaabkaaga iska xidho salaamu calaykum iska warad odaygi ma jooga ha uu jooga ma jiro khalaas salaamu calaykum ifadhiisi hadday doonayso shaysi nabiga cuntadooda cuneen maxamed iyo gabadh iyo maartay odaygeygii iyo cuntada cuneen inta aqal wada fadhiisteen adiga dhaqankii dhaqan kala soo qaaday oo baxsana tiri waxaas diin ma aha dhinacii kale tana qaarna habliga waxay noqdeen habla cadaan u fikiraya laba hablood baan haynaa laba wiil baan haynaa dhaqankiina waa dhibaato weyn oo indhaastay waa taxaddi weyn taxaddiga shanaad ee haysta waxa weeye meesha milo siyaasiyiin la imo goro waxaan haysta wajaadka taxaddiga shanaadi waxa weeyaan waa qaadka weeyaan runta ma rabnaha Soomaali ma soo toosayso ilaa geedka qaadka ka tashato annaku diraasan ku sameynay maartay Djibouti dadka dhalinyarada ah boqolkiiba 80 way qaadayaan waxay cunaan qaab taqaana subaxa waxaa la cunaa duur dibin saqda raxna wala habeenk qofka go'aamo shaqtay diraaso aan hayo waxay sheegtaa dadka adduunyada waxa lagu tartamaa saacadaha la shaqeeyo Soomaa imisa shaqeeyaan waddanka imisa shaqeeyaa markii ugu dambeysay waxa la soo galo darada carabtu waxay dhigeen khaliijku waxay shaqeeyaan 30 daqiiqo ما أنتي 3 مليون السودان تضوص من البشر 3 دقيقة مركبان الجبوتي الصومال مثال شقيا 0 من 0 حفيصة حمر تغير هرقيسية يجيبوتي تمك على سوق لا يا الوزارة الفردية ذاتك ما شقيسن كريان ويهردان بجاد وحولي دباتة عافمات اسكدا كانسر بالغ قاده كانسر كيدانك كي مارت عربك كي هنغوريغا كا اسكدا دادي وسو يري 45 كنت دك ويود غبوبين جهلان جبهنا واستا جهدك قادك وديلا ويا إن كانوا مخدرات كلا كبير خمر جيبا أوتوبيا وحنا يمدا أنواع دي سيون هذا كيف محلون جريء يا تجد بالرخيص وانا ديلا يدو عبيا بالنوغيا واحد جرى سكرين دد وين ودرد قاركو دي سكرين أفريقيا سكرين دو ما تقنا ويساقي يود سكرين وحلقة صور جوال سوبر في بالكي مرة سناتو كله إنت هوي سكرين دد وين يجيب سكرين بدو موزة وينتي تجد دي وين أسكر وأتجد دي بعبي يقف تاسينا واحد محي تقول قدام بس جلان جيجو قدام بيو أنا أسلحة جذوه النجاح هذا جذوها النجاح واحد وياه الدون كواحد جرى تضيق dad yar oo hogaamiya dadka badan adduunku waa sidaa laba meelo baan tusaydaa maraykanka waa shacab 400 milyan ku dhow dadku hogaamiyay waa 60 kun oo qof 60 kun oo bini aadana Ameerika hogaamisa qolyoodkii fadhiyaan kongareeskii fadhiyaan lacag leeyahay yihiin mufakiriin bay yihiin Huntington baa lagu sheegay Fukuyama lagu sheegay Kissinger lagu sheegay dadkaas la dhageysanaa qofkii lama dhageysto dadkaas hogaamiya dadka inta kale wala riixaya inta kale iska shaqo tagaa marka su'aal maxaa ka maqan elite-kii ka maqan labaantii waa maanta doctorkii Abdulhabi oo sameeyeen TikTok oo tawax loo sameeyay inay jiraan dad elite nuqba alnabeen dadku hogaamisa laakiin barbaleenka Soomaalidu waa maxay barbaleenka Soomaalidu waxa weeyaan kulligeen waxaan nahay elite isma hogaamin karin isma badhageysanaba wuxuu sheegaya abo shay karaa muxuu ka hadlaya abo ka hadli karaa muxuu qabanaya abo qaban karaa muxuu yiri abo oran karaa muxuu qoray abo qori karaa kulluna خلاص isku baan noqon marka taasina waxay keentay waa challenge ugu culus ee naasto halkii aan taaganahay waxa weeyaan ma jiraan dad looga haray aqoonta iyo isbedel sameynta dadka baana sameeya intaas waa tii gudaha dibadda uu imaanaa saddex baan ka soo dhigay challenge-ga koowaad dibadda ee nagaashta waa juqraafiga political geography waa dhibaato culus oo aan fahmi laana ilaa maanta nin baa jira aan aad u akhriyo caraba oo dhada Jamaal Hamdan oo Masri weey wuxuu ku takhasusay juqraafiga siyaasiga nadareed buu baleeyay dawladdu waxay ku duntaa juqraafiga waxayna ku noolaataa juqraafiga taas fikradda waa masay theory ku soo leeyay theory gaabaan qaaday waxaa idhi wuxuu Masar buu ku qaatay wuxuu Masar aga ka dhiman kartaa wuxuu Masar waligeedna badda Mediterranean lagama dilin dhinaca Liibiya iyo Afrikana lagama iman laakiin Masar waxay ka cabsootaa Niilka iyo dhinaca maartay Palestine labadaaba waligeed baa loo geeyay jiray labadaaba laga dilaa labadaaba juqraafiga sameeya Soomaaliya juqraafiga maxaa sameeya qofka Soomaaliya juqraafiga maxaa sameeya anu waa labada waa badda oo fahmi laana badda aan dul fadhino bad caadi ma waa bad dunida isku haysato marka laga yimaado badda casba mid laga soo bilaabo ilaa Indian Ocean iyo Ethiopia بديده ام بطون والله ما ذا جراج جغرافيا الواقع احمد قولي دغالكي او قاداي توبي كو قاداي ما سو عشيده بورتا سو عيسي وليgeed Soomaali iyo muslimka buurtaas way kori kari waayeen abasiniyana weligeed badda way ma kari iyaduna badda waan u diinay iyaduna buurta way noo diiday okay maxaa dhacay maanta adduunku uu bislaaday biseelkaas wuxuu keenay inaan buurta nabad ku tagno iyaguna badda nabad ku yimaadeen ma xoogina ku qabsan ay qasaan dad baskala badda annagii markaa waxa imika inoo taagan baddeeni ma noo badbaadaysaa mise ma badbaadayso baddii ma badbaadaysaa mise ma badbaadayso ayaan dad markaan ka hadlay nin baa waraaqad bii soo qoray wuxuu sheekh inuu barnaamij baddii wadi bisay waxaad arkaa argeysa nooga sida baddeeda waxaan ku yiraahdaa ku badneeyay markii imaaraadka uu la galiyana anigii ninka saaxiibka Britain daar baddo war bandar murga waa arrin baddiyo la iibiyay markii dambana labadii inuu iska laalaado baan baddeedii waa ka soo cishanay inuu naga qaataan bay dooneen oo markii hore baddeedii qaadayeen mid arkay biya bay u arkay marka anaku waxaan rabnaa waxa weeyaan baddaasi waa problemkeena waa talaba arinta koobaad juqraafiga in haysto weeyaan arinta labaad taxadiga labaad aad buu adeegay taxadigaasi waa challenge annaka inoo gaara iyo Afrika iyo Carabta iyo Muslimiinta oo ay bataqaan waa imaaraadku waa challenge gaar imaaraadku waa inaan isku waafaqno waxba inaan u arkay imaaraadka dawlad caadi ah imika inay bay weydiinay dawladda imaaraadku horta maxay doonaysaa dawladda imaaraadku waa saddex dawladda imaaraadku waa dawlad wadiifiya shaqa loo xil saaray ragga adduunka xukuumay shaqa u dhiibeen shaqadii way qabataa way ku darsatay intii loogu talagalay ma in bay ku darsatay inta ku darsataa ka badan intii loo dhiibay ya dadku waxay dhaheen qadarna shaqa loo dhiibay laakiin qadar shaqa ku darsato dhinac yaro positive ku dartay waxay tiri adeer soo mar rabtaan inaan inii shaqeeyo annada waan shaqaysanay oo maxaa ka shaqaysanay yaa muslimiinta waxbaan u qabanay carabta waxbaan u qabanay adigana waan ku soo shaqaynay kan wuxuu adigana waan ku shaqaynay laakiin waxaan ku shaqaynay ishaada sawa meesha in ka badan baa qabani وحنا ما نقدر سني بدر ولذلك نين لا يرادو مفكر استراتيجي نفيسل يرادو الكويتية يا مر لكل من مدحوينها إمارات الجزائر wuxuu ka soo noqday ahayd meel la yiraahdo Afghanistan wuxuu soo doonayay waxaan maartay gorgorkii waxba aad u jecel yahay markaa uu ka yiri hay ka yimaado wuxuu waxaan soo indhiinay ciidamada imaaraadku si uga dagaalameen Afghanistan gudaheeda markaa wuxuu yiri odaygani oday aad u kaftama wuxuu wallahi kabarat al-ciyaal wallahi kabarat al-ciyaal ciyaalku waa weynaadeen waxaan soo indhiinay buu gool Mareykan noqday iyo Ruushka iyo Faransiisiyo waxaan soo indhiinay ciidamadeeda Afghanistan jooga si ay u dagaal galeen markaa ninka gorgor baa ku ogeyn inaad u gaarsiisay indhay kuma ogeyn markaas ay bilaabatay baashi badda ujeedada uu kaleeyahay badaha waa saddex arrimood number 1 badda eega wuxuu kaleeyahay ujeedadiisu in uu isagu gacanta ku dhigo badaha dunida oo dhan 70 wadan buu gacanta ku hayaa badooda labo afartan wuxuu leeyahay dikadood sagaal saddex 700 oo kun oo markabaad dunida ka dhaqaaqa ayuu raraa boqolkiiba 15 xawiyadaha alaabta lagu qaado imaaraad ale shirkadda Dubai baa leh imaaraad maaha waani Dubai alcaalamiya shirkadda Dubai baa inta marka laga yimaado wuxuu leeyahay saddex midun boorku inuu soo galo in aanu hayo iyo in uu iga idaafayn oo tartanka ila gelin oo ku u dhow saddex inuu burburo wuxuu dhaxay bijo marka annaka ku ogolaaday wuxuu leeyahay badbaadiyaan kuwa ogolaan waayana way burburayaan waxa burbur kala geliyay baa wal burburi Suudaan wal burburi ninka dhada xamidiisa dagaalamay Suudaan iska sameeyay ninka xaqana uu burburi Djibouti maalinta is khilaafeen ay kala xamaan qaateen kelmad weyn wuxuu marka aan maxkamadaha dhameeyo waxaan ku celin doonaa wadan ka yareen ka soo saaray meel gaajo ah qarniyadii dhexe qurun wasta manashki in ku celin doonaa marka imaaraadku talabada waa tahay doon arrinta saddexaad imaaraadku ay istaraatiijiyin ay doonayso wax weeyaan in ay shaqo weyn la shaqaysato wadanka Israa'iil iyada shaqaysta iyada la saaxiiba marka ana hawlaha ku qabanaya adiguna hawlay qabo baa la isku dhaafsaday adduunka meelaha la isku dhaafsaday tanaa kamida jalanjiga saddexaad ee adduunka naga socday waana la qaybinaya Somaliland waxaan ka cabadeynaa Jamhuuriyadda Federaalka Soomaaliya diraasad aan meel dhow akhriyay waxaan loo qaybinayaa 5 gobol Soomaaliya 5 baa loo qaybinayaa Djibouti 2 Djibouti ma qaybtami kartaa waa la qaybinayaa Djibouti 2 baa loo qaybinayaa yaa qaybinaya waxa la yiri adduunka Afrikaanka iyo Carabta dib dambaan u eegaynaa shaqadooda gaar ahaan muslimiinta waxaan ka dhigaynaa 84 wada waxaa ka mid ah Suudaan shanalidi mid way baxday koonfur Suudaan afarna imika la qaybinaya waxa dhigay Soomaaliya geeska Afrika ma naga muuqdo waxaan ka dhigaynaa afar baan u qaybinaa afar gobol afar qabiilo yaan kala qaybinaa Djibouti waxaa dhigay laba ka dhigaynaa Soomaaliya afar ka dhigaynaa qaybinaa استراتيجية حتى يتوب مرة وقف بشاهد. أوكي قيبستنا لقيبينايو وخطأ أنا أغيم. أنا كورهين وجهلان جادك. إنا قيبستو أي سعترا معه قرنايا. لبشي بيتوسيس. دمانتين مرت الدرشة حبين كده سعيدني إلهي ما قدام كتير دينا سعيدني كوصوب حي مدح من الدرشة ده. دتكيني أورداني واحد مودي سائني دولد وين بالك تحضي أو بالمودسة سوماليلاند ساسو كريتو جوبالاند محيلاند ودلاند ما نقولنا موتها لاند داسي ووحا او يري ملا زيناوي سوماليا اولا دقنو ريرو ان اولا دقمين دولدان وحو يرو كريتو سومالي او دن باسداي حتى جبوت marka la dhaqmeeno reerahan oo dhaqmeeno qabiyaarad ma ku dhaqmeeno marka challenge-ga in haysta wax weeyaan waa taas in la qaybiyo anukun ogeey maxaan kaga baxaynaa bas laba kalmood oo dabaqooy waxaan soo ka baxnaa waxaan kaga baxaynaa habeen dood aniga saaxiibkay asla akhrin kitaab nin la Daawud ogol uu qoray ninkii wasaare kan jiray meeshan Turkiga wuxuu qoray 30 sano ka hor intay dawladda gelin wuxuu qoray kitaab u bixiyay fi al-umq al-istiraatiiji si istiraatiiji hanu fogaano oo aan ka fogaana aragta sadxiga marka waxaan ku bixi karnaa inaan yeelano aragti istiraatiiji oon ka baxno sheekada caadiga ah lianna shaqada nagu socoto ma shaqo caadiya ma shaqo caadiya marka waxaa ka bixi karaa dad si istiraatiiji u fikiraya waa lambar 1 taasi lambar 2 waxaan kaga bixi karnaa arrintaasi dadka eliitka ah ee tigtaankan oo kale ka shaqaynaya inay barnaamijyo soo bandhigaan barnaamijyada dadku u baahan yihiin waa laga daalay ma aragtay sheekadii caadiga ahayd waan ka soo daalay 100 sano waxaan la soo waday harimaadiga waa la soo waday soo ciyaarino soo gabiyeyno waxaas macna male wax aragti ah oo cusub hala imano oo ummadeena u bandhigno ay ku badbaadayso insha Allah ta'ala waan maasantihiin assalaamu alaykum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh
Shukran, Sheikh Abdurrahman Bashir. I hope Professor Mashari and Hassan, Daktari, I hope you are privileged to follow the proceedings. Asante, thank you. He will speak tomorrow, God willing, inshallah. We made specific slots for politicians tomorrow, God willing. So up next is Sheikh Abdul Hirsi, and before I call him, so we'll be providing lunch after he speaks, and then when we get back from lunch, we'll keep you for an hour for the panel discussion, then we call it a day. Therefore, after the Sheikh speaks, we will be heading for lunch. I have your meal cards here. There are 200, so this is sufficient. So we have a prayer room at Simba Hall. That is as we head to the washrooms. That's where we'll be performing our prayers, inshallah. Sheikh Abdul Hirsi is an Imam, Islamic scholar, and a renowned Somali social commentator. In 1999, he moved to the United States and started pursuing a degree in respiratory therapy and graduated with a bachelor's degree from the University of Minnesota. In 2013, he graduated with an MBA in IT management and is currently finalizing his PhD in Graduate Theological Foundation with Sharia and Islamic law. Sheikh Abdul Hirsi has played various roles in many masjids across the United States and Canada. He was Imam at Darul Hijra Islamic Center in Toronto in Canada, and Imam at the MCC in Calgary. His current role is serving as an Imam at Abu Bakr Islamic Center in Calgary, and he conducts various programs in English, Arabic, and the Somali languages. I welcome you, Sheikh Hirsi.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I was given a title, a topic, and everything in my topic is already been taken. So thank you. I'm done. I will emphasize my topic was Somali foreign policy and the interest of the Somalia, the natural interest of the Somalia. The foreign policy of Somalia is evolving and it's developing. Indeed, we have a government. It's not in the best shape, but we have government. We have the structure and the framework of government. We have president, we have a prime minister. Indeed, we don't have a foreign minister, which is the most crucial minister, especially at the moment. But we have an acting foreign minister. So we're covered in terms of having the framework. We have a parliament in 2 chambers, the upper chamber and the lower chamber. We have, I think, all the entities that the government must be composed. The challenge that we have is already being discussed by everybody, all the professors, all the dignitaries that have spoken before me. But I will focus on, since I have to talk about the Somali foreign policy, I have to focus on what happened after the signature of this infamous MOU by Bihi and disturbed and stable Abiy Ahmed. And by the way, I have to admit, I supported the man vigorously when he was fighting with my original enemy, TPLF. We supported him so much to a level that I was aired in the national TV in Addis Ababa one time. So at least one time I saw. We supported him. We thought this con artist was an African, but an Africanist. I love when an African person rejects us, or African leader rejects us. The white folks in the Western countries or the neo-colonialism system is try to direct you. Anyone who rejects us, that's my hero. I love it. So I was completely distracted, and I'll admit I could not know better on this man. This is a con artist. He doesn't have principles. He's led by the emotions of the day. Wherever he's opportunistic. Let me say that. He's opportunistic. And, you know, as everybody knows, hunting animals are opportunistic. Whenever they see opportunity, they seize it. This man told the world that his mom or his mother once dreamed him to be a king, like those kings in Ethiopia in the past, and he wants to remain in power in whatever the way is. That makes it possible. So he will do whatever it takes to remain in power. Now, he wants to stay in power. He's desperate. He lost the control of the majority of the country. He doesn't have a base in his own clan. And as you know, Ethiopia is basically based on ethnic powers. So he lost his own ethnic base. He doesn't have no base in Oromo. However, he played tactfully, sometimes strategically, to distract everybody. So he now beats the drum of nationalism by saying, I will realize a dream that every king before me had, which is access to the Red Sea. Now, he wants everybody to, unfortunately for him, everybody is just rejecting. I saw the message, very strong statement from OLF, and also the Fano leader, that says now he is trying to desperately distract us and to make us enemy to our neighbors. So Somalia has what it takes to call foreign policy. However, our foreign policy is always run, directed, framed, at least manipulated by the new president. When a new president is elected, he goes to the west, a new one comes, we go to the east. We don't have what's called natural interest that frames and run and lead our foreign policy. And that's really sad. So we are evolving, we are developing, we are learning, we are a little boy that's learning how to walk. We will stumble on the way. Inshallah, we will reach there. But this is a problem that we have. It's a big challenge, a huge challenge. We had a president before this president, 5.5 years. We set some foreign agendas. All those foreign agendas are completely shattered and put to rest. Now we went completely another way. And this is bringing problems and challenges. For instance, everybody in this room stressed about this tiny country called UAE. UAE is a cancer to the world. That's what it is. It's a disease that is spreading so fast. And it has nothing but negative agendas. Every agenda they have is negative. It's either negative to you or to me or to someone else. They have no place to play positive in anywhere in the world. Look, wherever they touch, it's destroyed. I always talk about this country, and I always discuss what it is. I advise my president and everyone in my government to stay cautious about this tiny government. It's a cancer. It's a tumor that should not be brought back to Somalia after it was rejected. They will bring all sorts of problems and all sorts of issues to our country. Now, our president have deep relationship with them. He signed, we're talking about the MOU of Ethiopia. If you read the one that was signed for Emirates, it's far worse than the one that we're talking about. Both of them include maritime issues, maritime security. Both of the MOUs have maritime security. So we signed it already. Our life is away to United Arab Emirates, and we should not be silent since then. I was one of the few, including Farah Muallim and Dr. Abduhab, to emphasize the danger that we are facing when we signed that MOU. It was very bad one. It's worse than this one 100 times. If you read, you will be disgusted. They can do whatever they want. They can bring any, and if you were watching, or following what they call the lift of the arms embargo of Somalia, if you were following, there was one issue that China and Russia rejected to accept, and that was reworded 3 times or 4 times, and finally they accepted, which is private securities can bring weapons and arms without the restriction of Somali government to Somalia. This is crazy. Private securities, foreign private securities can bring. Who are these foreign private securities? 2 countries, Emirate and British. They are the 2 countries advocated for the lifting of arms embargo because they had this. Because they want to isolate everyone else so they can be the only 2 countries that can bring arms and create Haftaris and Hamitis in Somalia. And if you follow what they have done to Libya and Sudan and Yemen especially, wallahi, you would not go anywhere closer to this country. This country is a disease, is a cancerous. They threatened me many times, and I know my phone is being tapped with their own things, But I have to say, I'm old enough to die now. I've been alive while, so I don't care if they kill me. For my country, I can shed my blood for my country. So this country should not be given this infamous MOU. The president right now, in terms of foreign policy, is in between hard and rock. He cannot say, the president is doing everything other than diplomatic process to deal with Ethiopia. The threat that we have Ethiopia, he's not doing what he's supposed to do to deal with them. First, you have to call the ambassador sitting next to or outside of the Villa Somalia. You have to summon him in the middle of the night and call him and say, what's going on? What's your country doing to us? You give him assignment, solve this in 24 hours. The president didn't do that. If he doesn't do 24 hours, you tell him, go to your country for consultation, and you call yours for consultation. Our president only called it ours for consultation. I don't know if he went back or not. The other guy is still there. Then he tried to organize group of ambassadors in the country to complain about what Ethiopia is doing to our country. Amazingly, this guy is sitting in the middle of it. The guy that you're complaining about is listening to you right there in the front line. It's amazing. 20,000 Ethiopian troops are in the country. They should be left long time ago. He should order them to leave. They're still in the country. And some of them, they don't even take orders from the president because they are hired by the small countries that we are divided for, lands, you know, whatsoever land contracted them, and they are there for their protection. The president has no saying or power upon them. It's crazy. We don't have a country. That's one. Already we are divided and dismantled by the foreign powers. So the president is not also stopping the airplane of Ethiopia to come to Somalia every day. That's, the airplane is owned by the government of Ethiopia. So if he stops, they lose a lot of money. The president is not doing that. The president is not stopping the jet or trade to Ethiopia. These are the diplomatic process that's supposed to happen when you identify someone as a threat to your national security. The president yesterday said, Ethiopia is our enemy. Okay, they are our enemy. They've been our enemy for many, many years. But we used to manage them in different ways. Now, if they are the enemy and you identified as a president them as enemy, how come you have an ambassador of that country in front of your own office? Why can't you send him home? Why can't you cut the ties completely if they don't get back to normalcy? If Abiy Ahmed is not going back to normalcy and is not willing to respect our sovereignty, why can't we tell him, go home? Why can't we? You know what happened to us when the president visited in Eritrea? And he used it, before that, he used that, the professor mentioned here. He said, don't force us to knock doors that we don't love. You know what happened? If you read the press statement of the Ministry of Information of Eritrea, I read between the lines, and this is what they said. We're not impatient, and we're not always triggered by fake slogans. If you are really, you want us to fight your fight, but you're not fighting with the people that you want us to fight with. Ethiopia is your friend, 100%, because their army is in Somalia. They still have embassy. The business is going as usual. Their plane is coming, the jet is coming, everything is as usual. And you telling me to fight with them? They use a word in Somali, it's called Bola Hofto. Bola Hofto, Boto. Your whole thing, your whole running around saga is what? It's Bola Hofto is what they said. And we're not triggered by such a thing. So that hurted me so much. Our president is asking other people to be enemy and angry at Ethiopia, while action-wise, he's not showing any of that at all. So the foreign policy that we have is only one man's show. It's only the understanding of the president. It's only the likes of the president. What he likes is good. The campaign slogan was already disastrous. I don't know if you remember. What was it? Somali heshiisa adunka odhan heshiis laha. How could you be a friend to the whole world? Then you don't exist. Then you're not a country. How come we should be friends? The first part of the statement is beautiful. We have to be all friends. Somalis, we're brothers and sisters. We are brothers and sisters in blood. If you ask anyone sitting beside you from any corner of Somalia, his mother or his aunt or his uncle, you will become one of them. Wallah, that's what it is. We are only a small family. And that statement is good. But the second statement, we cannot be friends to the whole world. And in conclusion, the foreign policy that we need is solid, focused, strategized agendas for our country that is stable regardless of the president that's coming or the president that's going. We have to have national agendas that is solid and never changes. When it comes to the region, some of the countries are aggressive. This country is one of them. Ethiopia is one of them. And Djibouti is one of them. Unfortunately. They're aggressive when it comes to Somalia. Two countries, they even proposed Somalia to be divided into two and one portion given to join Farah Maalin, and the other piece is given to Mustafa Akhtar, who I refute his statement last night. So bad video I saw some people making excuses for him, but he has no excuse. National agenda is national agenda, and you cannot negotiate on that. Somalia, when it comes to nationalism, qaranka, you cannot negotiate on that. You cannot ever play around that. People shed their blood to save what's called Somalia, and it's not yours to play around it for political reason or to remain in power. That's so selfish, and I don't accept it. So these two countries, we need to deal with them with mutual respect and mutual interest. Every country has interest, and the problem that was mentioned by Professor Ismail, that is, and also mentioned by Sheikh Abdurrahman, we have deadly thing with us, which is called our sea shore. Our butt is a problem. 1972, the general from Russia to Somalia told late Adde Muse, who was the person dealing with them for the Somali government, that was a general too. He told him Somalia is under threat because of its geographical location. And he said, why? He said, you cannot survive without being a superpower or being attached to a superpower. And that's what Ismail was talking about. We need to negotiate with someone who's powerful and give the resources that we have that is useless sitting in our sea and in our land, some of it, 5% or whatever it is, to some strong country to protect us and to defend us. And guess what? Our foreign policy is rejecting that all the times. I used to talk to the former president, and I used to give him advices. And one of the things that I mentioned more than 4 or 5 times to him is sign a defense contract with Turkey. Sign a defense contract with Turkey. Give them some and ask them to protect you. That general said, you either have to be strong or you have to have a strong power defending you and protecting you. So, in my conclusion, sorry, I could not say what I wanted because everything is being said. I could not, coherently run my speech, but I will say this. Our foreign policy is developing. It's getting there, but we need to set something called a national agenda that never changes regardless of the change of the president or regardless of the change of the administration. We should have government and we should have national or current. And the current agenda should never, ever be negotiated by any person unilaterally. A president is a president to run and realize our national agendas, not to create ones for us, not to create national agendas for us. And that is where the problem is coming. I will talk to I will tell the dignitaries, including my prime minister, my beloved prime minister, you guys, when you're starting the government, know there is something called a government that comes and goes, but there is something, administration that comes and goes. But there is something called government that stays, or current or national that stays forever. So set the agendas for us. Let's get together. If the president is listening to me in any way or form or shape, or you can deliver this message to him, he should stop doing business as usual. This is the time of war. We need the leader of war this time. We need a president wearing military tute. Yes. And one thing I would do, if I would be him, I would send like 200 generals and like Professor Gedi, I was talking to him the other day. I would send 200 generals and high-rank military leaders to visit Las Anot, to visit the border, to go to close to Lowyacado or whatever, or Lughaye. I would send one ship full of those army to go around the sea and visit Lughaye. And I would contract, today I would contract foreign country, or, you know, the army's embargo was uplifted, right? What is stopping the president to buy warships? Why? Why he cannot buy warships? He can buy, right? He should go and buy. We can buy. Money? He's counting money all the times. Wallah, he is. He has a lot of money. If he wants to buy warships, and we can contribute too. We have resources. We can sell one well. And by the way, the place they are trying to take right now, there is 2 identified wells by the American oil company. Long time ago. 2 wells that can serve the whole country and make us rich again. Barakallahu fikum. Salaam alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you. Now, I request that we break for lunch. After getting back, we have one panel session, then we call it a day, because we don't want to keep you long here today, being Saturday, and we thank you for having time off your tight schedule. So when we get back, I want to prepare psychologically those who will be on the panel. Abdul Fattah Ismail Tahir, Milena Bereket, Adam Abdi Husso, Sheikh Abdi Hirsi, you'll be back, and Sheikh Abdurrahman Bashir. Of course, you will be doing your presentations partly in Somali, and they will follow the proceedings to the gadget. Yes, we'll do that, yeah. The brief part of Professor Mohammed Hassan after lunch. So should we be here by 2 exact? We have some 40 minutes. Is that fair? Thank you. Allow me to welcome onto the stage the Right Honorable former Prime Minister of the Federal Government of Somalia, Professor Ali Mohammed Gedi, for brief remarks. And then thereafter we'll be having the panel discussion. Thank you. Professor, welcome. Maybe he was deep in thoughts, so it's okay.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I've been invited to the microphone to raise some issues, but my presentation is tomorrow, so it is not now my time. I'm here, ladies and gentlemen, to clarify some issues. I think there are members of parliament, former or currently, in Kenya and in Somalia in particular. And we are here today to launch this important institute, AfroAsia Institute for Strategic Studies. I thank all the speakers, and the presentation is made. I thank also the director or the executive director of the institution, Professor Abdul Wahab, and his colleagues to have invited me in this event. I think I put aside my political career. I will emphasize tomorrow. But I used to be a lecturer and a researcher in the Somali National University. So professors or the teachers are always everywhere to correct if they see some wrongdoing or mistakes or misinformation. First of all, I am here. I participated in this conference as an expert, as a professional, and not as a politician. But also being a politician, senior leader, former leader in the Somali politics, and one of the founders of the current government, the transitional federal government, which was established in Kenya in 2004. I was the first prime minister. And after a long time, my government has succeeded to put the seat in Villa Somalia, the state house of my country. Therefore, shortly now, presentations were made here. And the think tank experts presented their papers. And now we will share the round the table panel discussion. For correction, when governments colleague each other, it is normal that each country calls its ambassador back home for consultation. What Abiy Ahmed did and the Musa Bihi was discussed, and all the statements on them were very positive, and the audience was supporting. In addition, our ambassador immediately was called back to Mogadishu, and this is the beginning of diplomatic contestation between countries. Each country has to call then his diplomat back home. Here, it has been stated that the Ethiopian ambassador is still in Mogadishu. That is not correct information. He left back to Addis Ababa. This is for correction. Again, being a political leader, when politicians or the leaders are somehow criticized, it is normal. It's democracy. You can criticize issues, but I request the audience to avoid any personal attack. Personal attacks are not in the politics. Again, what the government of Somalia is doing now is the correct and the best thing. You are all following the chronology after January 1st, 2024. It is going on. The government is not silent. And to protect the national interest or the sovereignty or the territorial integrity, it is a process. Diplomatically, we are the winner as Somali government, and it is still going on. So I request you, please, because I am answering and I'm apologizing on behalf of the conference, being also a member of the founders or the board of this institution. If there is any concern on behalf of all, I express my apology to all of you. Experts raise issues, discuss issues, and set up recommendations to solve any relevant problem in place. So this is why I've been called to apologize on behalf of the conference if there is any feeling, any concern, and we request again not to attack personalities, but we can attack policies and issues. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the brief comments, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Now we'll get down to the final business of the day, and allow me to welcome to the front seats. Allow me to reorganize my panelists here. Dr. Abdel Fattah Ismail, we had your brief, so no need for repetition. Please, you can come onto the stage. And as the Right Honorable Prime Minister said, that this is an organization that is intent on providing intellectual discourse and policies tailored towards the events in the region and across the world with the professional lenses. Up next is Milena Bereket. And to just give ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, her bio, which is in a nutshell a synopsis of who she is. Milena Bereket is an Eritrean national who was raised in Haifa, which is in occupied Palestine. She has a master's degree from School of International Service at the American University, where her research focused on marginalization of Africa in international relations theory, and a bachelor's degree from Mount Holyoke College. Milena has over 20 years of field experience as a development and gender specialist. At one point in her career, she was recruited into the World Bank through the Junior Professionals Program for Afro descendants, where she spent 5 years. She has also consulted for various development organizations, including the Africa Development Bank, EFAD, UNAIDS, the International Labour Organization, and the UNFPA. Milena is currently based in Asmara in Eritrea and is affiliated with the New Africa Institute, and she will be the next host of this event, which will be happening in Asmara later this year. Thank you. Next up is Adan Abdi Hosso, and to just give a brief bio as well, he's a former minister, cabinet member of Public Works, Housing and Reconstruction in the Somali federal government, and he also served as the Director of National Security and the former governor of Bay region in Somalia. Thank you. Up next is Sheikh Abdurrahman Bashir, who we had on earlier here, who will be doing his question and answer session in Somali, but you will be advantaged to use the gadgets for the translation purposes. He's a former judicial advisor and an expert in Sharia law, also an imam and a researcher at Dar al-Faruq Center in the United States of America, renowned thinker and accomplished writer who also commentates on social affairs and political issues pertaining to Somalia and also by extension to the Horn of Africa region. Welcome. I'll be the fifth one, so hopefully I'll have somewhere to sit. Thank you. So we'll be focusing on our subject area. Honorable Farah, I'll give you 2 minutes because you have your presentation tomorrow.
Mine isn't much. It's purely to. An apology is not pretty much. It's a bit too strong. But to tell you that the bit of reservations that were there, you will understand. The purely powerful, intellectual, research-based presentation, we got to just a few. You got it from Professor Munene Macharia, from Kharenji Hassan, and of course from Dr. Abdurrahman. The rest of it was pretty much, and of course, a little bit too partisan, very emotional from our brother from the UK. And I can understand. I mean, everything else is a little bit laden with too much of emotions and feelings. This is not an institution purely for issues concerning the Somali nation. This is a global African, Asian. It literally transcends between these two globes. And we intend to have such a powerful research, and a lot of it, facts-based, and a lot of it with a lot of insight, and in the way some of our presenters have done it now, looking both in hindsight and looking at the present and giving projections on what's best for all these regions. And that is also going to inform a quarterly journal that is going to be done. I know Professor Macharia knows about this because with my support also one time we tried to have a foreign policy journal at the International University, the US University, and probably had only 2 publications. Am I right, or 3? About 5, and then it went under. And a bit of it also was who is going to be the donor and the rest of it. I can assure you this is going to be given not by any of the interested parties. It's not going to be like the Brookings or the Heritage. When I say the Heritage, The original Heritage Foundation is the Heritage Foundation of the US. Everything else is literally, I'm not talking about the others. But most of the researches that are done in African context, pretty much is informed by the people who fund it. And the people who fund it are Westerners. You see, whoever pays the piper calls the tune. So if you're going to get, from all sorts of foundations in those places who are also pretty much partisan in their outlook, who have got their own ideological persuasions, they have got the desires for their countries for posterity, they will definitely only propound on. And then ours becomes some kind of a vanish. You know what I mean? Doesn't mean anything. In future, this is going to be in-depth, African focused, Asian focused. And when I talk about Asia, the bulk of the countries I'm talking about are the Middle East and other countries that essentially have share certain things like Iran and the rest of them. So you forgive us for the little bit emotional, overboard Somali element that came out. And for those who also did that, I have no issues with them. And I would have done the same myself if I go on a TV or I go on a radio station. But for now, you will forgive us for that. But then the next ones are going to be all very, very, very intellectual as much as possible. Thank you.
Not a problem. I can function from here, flexible. I was thought to be dynamic in my line of duty, so that you remain comfortable. So, ladies and gentlemen, our focus will be on why the Horn of Africa remains a test case for African unity and development. We have an hour to do so. I request that we keep our answers brief because most of you have made your presentations, so that in the last 20 minutes we give members of the audience the microphone so that they can be able to ask questions, and where, if need be, we'll get it there, no problem. If need be, then where there are queries and comments, we can accommodate their views as well. So I first begin with you, Milena, being the first lady on the bench. I mean, it's from the presentations that you have had, what are the driving factors and the elements in the Horn of Africa region that are largely, in your view, impeding the case of unity and development in this part of the continent and by extension, the African continent at large?
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope we're not too sleepy after lunch. So this is a loaded question, of course, but something that all of us, or most of us, have been grappling with for a long time, because we know the potential of this region. We know the strength, we know the history, and yet, for some reason, we are not able to extricate our people and our region from this dilemma, which is short-sightedness, the inability of some leaders to see past just conveniences and short-term gains, the inability to get out of this mentality of we need outsiders, and by outsiders we are referring to the collective, the collective West, the collective unipolarity. That's the one I was looking for, which I really love. This mentality of we cannot survive without their okay. We cannot survive without, thank you. We cannot survive without their approval of how we do things. And this inability to actually look at each other. Ethiopia look at Eritrea, Eritrea look at Somalia, Somalia look at Kenya, or this entire region, look at each other, learn from each other's histories, appreciate each other's struggles, not undermine our aspirations, and move forward by learning from history instead of repeating history over and over again, and repeating mistakes. Someone said earlier, 2018 really gave us hope, at least for the people of Eritrea, the ones that, as you all know, for the longest time have been hungry for peace and stability, and been hungry for just this right to exist without being demonized and being referred to as the spoilers of this region. fighting this narrative over and over and over again, 2018 gave us all hope. And as most of the speakers earlier said, we all believed in this change that was coming. Unfortunately, history repeated itself. And so all of that potential for unity and peaceful coexistence and just integration, not political integration. I mean, we're all, our own individual countries, and we all respect territorial integrity, but integration in terms of complementarity of needs, complementarity of resources, sharing of resources peacefully, all of that was pretty much thrown down the drain with a short-sighted attitude, unfortunately, that for various reasons, which we all know, betrayed the Horn of Africa. So this, again, betrays unity and this potential for development. And this is sad.
Okay, thank you. 3 key pointers: visionary leadership, seeking the tacit consent of the West, and unipolarity. And then you talked about the question of short-sightedness. And Adam, in that order, given what Milena had mentioned, there's that leadership there. I mean, in spite of the occupants of the offices in that manner, is it capacitated to the extent of dealing with the issues that continue to derail the unity and development of the Horn of Africa region?
Thank you very much. I pretty much agree with most of what my colleague here said, especially the respect for the sovereignty of the nations. How can we talk of unity when we have leaders who just look at you, how much powerful you are, and then want something that belongs to you, and that we just ignore all norms, international norms, and insist on taking it? How can you talk about unity when you have a national security advisor who openly boasts of saying, those who are crying, just remind them that they were crying like this when we were doing the damn thing, and they will still be crying when we take your seat. I mean, what kind of unity would come of that? So unity will just be a lip thing, and we can all see that. We can all see that. If the leaders of the Horn start behaving, some of the leaders, let me say, behaving like children in primary schools, I took your pen and I will take it tomorrow, even if you cry. If we stop that, then we can talk of unity, because we're talking about war now, which is unnecessary, We would not be in this situation. If it's access to the sea, there are many ways to get it, many ways. In fact, they even have, some deals to have access to Berbera or, some percentage or whatever. But what we're talking about is not access to the sea. It's annexing a London sea. And when you have that, and when you have lookers on from the other African states looking at this, and then it takes place, they might think of, okay, there is no world order. I need my neighbor's land, so all I need to do is just build up my military and go and get it. That is the kind of precedence that we are creating. So unless we do something about that, and unless leaders like that come back to their senses and respect the rule of law, we will not have a unity, I see.
Thank you. Dr. Tahir, coming to you. The series of events ever since 2021 October, when the ICJ dispensed with the maritime issue between Kenya and Somalia. 3 years later, before that, Abiy came to power against the backdrop of hopes that he created in Ethiopia, implemented the Algiers Agreement, created the taunt with Eritrea. Now there's the case of the 1st January MOU with Somaliland. There is the Kenya midwifing of the conflict in Ethiopia through former President Uhuru Kenyatta. I mean, all this appears to be on a table and in a region that is so turbulent and vulnerable. But is there the buffer and the chest required to withstand this? And is the leadership capacitated to that effect to weed out all these elements and problems that appear to be derailing the region's unity and development?
Thank you. Before I answer the question, I wanted to go through a couple of things. The first is just a disclaimer, since my name is mentioned. Leaders represent institutions, and what we were discussing were not normal leaders, but people who are holding offices, who are sitting in offices. So in that regard, when we were talking about neutrality, we're discussing their behavior. The behavior is like the institutional behaviors and policies that are implemented. So in that regard, if I make a mention to either Musabihi or Abiy Ahmed, it is nothing personal. It's just the institutions they represent, and we are discussing them within that framework of institutionalism. The second thing is that I made it very clear when I was making the remarks that this is personal, and I made it very well known in advance before I came that I will be speaking as a person, not as an academic, not as a representative of an institution. So I thought that was expected. And that is how I made the. And lastly, the MOU was just signed a few days ago. So you could not possibly expect somebody to, come up with an academic paper within 3 days. So all of that said, with regards to the question, the whole rationale of Ethiopia going into conflict over the access to the sea issue is that it wants to participate, to partake in the stability of the region, especially in light of the Houthi attacks, in light of the fact that the sea is increasingly becoming highly volatile to security issues. So if Ethiopia's rationale for wanting to get a piece of the sea is based on the idea of contributing to regional security, what it is doing is counterproductive to that. Given the fact that, when you go into conflict with a neighboring country over a sea, you create all sorts of problems just by the simple fact that a war could erupt between the two countries. So all of these things, Ethiopia is doing is counterproductive to the regional stability. Again, which is characterized by a whole lot of complexity, whether that is social, whether it's political, whether it's security. And of course, Kenya is trying its best in, as you said, midwifing some sort of a peace in Ethiopia. But you cannot possibly do that when you have a leader who is kind of gambling on peace, who is kind of threatening almost everybody in the region. Eritrea is at a risk because it has a sea. Djibouti is at risk because it has a sea. And Somalia is at a risk. You cannot have a piece of a land or a sea by force. So I think if the region was to see a stability, and I think Somalia has done quite good in that regard and has shown good faith in the sense that we are even trying to join the EAC, and part of the reasons why we are joining the EAC is to have some sort of a security. We even gave up the idea of getting the idea of irredentism. So there are Somalis here, and we accept it, and we still very much accept Somalis in here to be part of Kenya. So we have done quite a lot as the Somali people and the Somali state to contribute to stability in this region, and we need reciprocity from the region, including the Kenyan state.
Okay, thank you. Sheikh Bashir, coming to you. So for, to his benefit, yeah, he will be responding in Somali. So I advise that you use your gadgets for translation purposes. The network is strong on this side. So we Kenyans say, "Unahamia penye network iko." So you can, they are empty, yeah, they are empty seats so that you can come this side. For those who will be at a point of disadvantage on this side, you might have issues with the translation, but you can come. Yes, You okay? Okay. Thank you. Sheikh Bashir, coming to you. Talk to us then about the big man syndrome that Dr. Tahir talked about with regards to as much as there are efforts to bring unity in the Horn of Africa region, how then can that be achieved with the presence of leaders like, as mentioned by Dr. Tahir, Abiy, Prime Minister of Ethiopia, who seem to be antagonizing every party in the region?
Sometimes, alhamdulillah, horta saddex arrimood inaan isla garanno way fiican tahay. Kow, geeska Afrikaan ka hadlayno waa geeska Afrika marka qaar way dhacayaan Soomaaliya ka hadlayaan oo quraata laakiin waa dhex qaar geeska Afrika marka iminka oo loo erey bixinayo waxaa la dhahaa waa saddex nooc. geeska Afrika gaaban Soomaaliya oo quraata marka la qaato almafhuum الضيق waxa mafhuumka ciirsan الانجليزي waa geeskii waa Soomaaliya quraat hatta Djibouti iyo Eritrea lama soo gasho marka dhado geeska Afrika oo dhexdhexaada waxa soo gala Djibouti iyo Eritrea marka dhado geeska Afrika oo ballaaran waxa soo gala dowladaha IGAD-kooda Kenya ilaa Uganda Sudan Ethiopia soo galata waxaa jira mid ay sameeyeen mukhaabaraadka Faransiisku geeska Afrika ee aadka u ballaaran waxay soo geliyeen Yaman Sacuudiga iyo Cumaan daanta kale badda cas iyagoo ka dhaqaaqaya inay waddamadani ista'siiriyaan waqtigii François Mitterrand madaxweynaha ka ahaa dalka Faransiiska. geeska Afrika waa mandiqada ballaaran oo geopolitics bay leedahay dhinaca dhaqaalaha ay leedahay dhinaca culture-ka ay leedahay aniga markaa waxaan jecelahay intaan ka jawaabin su'aasha midda labaad geeska Afrika wuxuu leeyahay waxyaalo aan isbedelin wax kastoo dhaca siyaasad kastii madaxweyne kastoo yimaada ku wareersan ku degan ku oday ah waxyaalaha isbedelin baa jira geeska Afrika waxaa ka mid ah juqraafiga geeska Afrika saas u baahanaya juqraafiga lama abuuri doono Ethiopia halkan bay deganaan Soomaaliya halkan bay deganaan Djibouti halka Eritrea halka Sudan halka Kenya laba waxyaaladan isbedelin waxa ka mid ah historika dadkan taariikh bay leeyihiin hubiyad bay leeyihiin dhaqanay leeyihiin si fudud uma bedelayaan saddex waxyaaladan isbedelin waxa ka mid ah culture-ka afar waxa ka mid ah waxyaaladan isbedelin dadka bini aadamku isma bedelayaan Soomaali way jiri Kenyaanku dadka maartay kala duwan reer Kenya way jirayaan dad kala duwan Ethiopia way jirayaan waa jirayaan xaalada isbedela waxa ka mid ah siyaasad political ka isbedel lidalika Britoland ka hadli doona Ethiopia isbedelada ku dhacay iyo sida ay u taasirinayso geeska Afrika markaasi iyo influence ku lahayd waxa isbedelo waxa ka mid ah siyaasad waxa kale oo ka mid ah xaalada isbedela kubaca dhaqaalaha isbedela amba burburka dhaqaalaha waxa isbedelo kaleeto aqoonta isbedesha akhlaaqdan way isbedeshaa dabeecadaha dadku way isbedelaan dabeecadaha bini'aadamka qiyamka dadku horreysiyaan dambeysiyaan way isbedelaan maxaa isku xidha marka waxa isbedelaya iyo waxaan isbedelayn maxaa isku xidha waxaa isku xidha caqliga istaraatiijiga isku xidha maskax istaraatiiji waa inay taasaa isku xidha okay intaas markaan ka imaado su'aal buu iga horeysa cajiib ahayd waxa isbedelka yaa sameeya madaxda ma isbedel baan ka filaynaa anigu waxyaalada aan dhaafay waxaa ka mid ah haddeed madaxay ku jirin inay madaxdu isbedelaan madaxdu hadday helaan dad nool way noolaadaan hadday doqmo helaan doqmay noqdaan madaxdu dadkii la shaqeeyaan dad soo jeeda sheekh ii dhigi jiray fiqiga ayaa yidhi ka waran hadduu madaxweyne amba ra'iisul wasaare wareersan hadduu qabsado ingiriiska janan hadduu ingiriiska qabsado nin jarara afgebi hadduu sameeyo oo ingiriiska qabsado maxaa dhacaya ma garanay waxa dhacaya wuxuu yidhi dadka ingiriisku xafiisyada ma fadhiyaan jidadkay fadhiisanayaan war meesha dhaaf kuma dhegaysayno markaa nin ku fikirayo maba jiro inuu ingiriiska madaxa ka qabsado waa la soo dhaafay
inta anaku doqmahan nahay inaan ka fikirin inay madax fiican ay noqoto taahan dhaafno shacbiga taqyiirku ka yimaadaa iyagu markay isbedilaan iyagaa keenaya walidaalika waxaa jira kelmad taariikhdeena ku jirta kama takunu yuwalla amra marka sidaa tihiin bay madaxdiinu noqonayaan sidaa nahay unbay madaxdiinu yahay okay si waxaa jira maqaal aan qoray habeen waxaan jecelahay inaan ila wadaago
microfonka
inaan ila wadaaga jecelahay waxaan ku tilmaamay madaxda siyaasadda hadday yihiin madax mucaarad ah anigu mucaaradka Jabuuti aan ahay in halka fadhi walaalkay mucaarad haddii madaxda muxaafidka waxaan yidhi waa 9 qolo siyaasiyiintu waa 9 qolo isbedel soo noqonaya qolada koowaad waxaan u bixiyay mufakirka siyaasiga aqoonyahan siyaasi ah aqoon buu leeyahay siyaasina u noqday ka labaad waxaan yidhi siyaasiga mufakirka siyaasiga aqoonyahan way kala duwan yihiin inaad horka aqoonyahan tahay oo siyaasi tahay waxa laga yaabaa inaad siyaasadda ma gelaysid laakiin aqoon waad ka hadlaysaa laakiin ninka siyaasiga aqoonyahankii siyaasadda iyo aqoontii wada wadaya saddex waxaa yidhi waxaa jira siyaasi populism shacbiya dadka kiciya sida Trump oo kale kacay caddaankiyo dhulkii waa la qaatay soomaaliyay kacay waa la kiciyey rihibilow kacay intaaba ku shaqaysta waa shacbawi waa populism dadku kiciya bis amba waa marka qaarkood waa midig marka qaarkood waa qabilisti marka qaarkood wax diin buu dadku kiciyaa bas uu ku kiciyaa dadka isagoo wadan ma waa shacbawi dhaa kuwa waa iminka adduunka haysta kuwa axmed kani aad sheegaysiin laga cabaaday ta waa qoladaas qolada afraad waxaa dhahdaa siyaasiga mikaafiliga siyaasiga dantiisa dadka markuu dadku ay wadaad noqdaan wadaad buu yahay marka dadku waral noqdaan waral uu yahay kolba meesha uu joogo buu eegyahay uu ku gaadhaa doomaarkin kuwaas way naga buuxaa doomaarkin marka oo dacwadda markay xoogaysa xoog weyn siyaasiyiinta wadaadday haya garwaaweyn oo khamiis la kaabsaday markii iminka diinta laga yaacay indhaha gaalku soo eegana sidii kale u ekaadeen mekaabilis baa nada qolo shanaad baa jirta waxaa dhahdaa siyaasiga wusuuliga ah dadka dhabarkoogu ku gaadhaa dantiisa bas uu koraa ma gaadhi haa leed buu ku dhifta dadkoo dhan adoo ka saara wusuuli af carabiga gaadhi bas hadafkiisu ku gaadhaya siyaasiga waxaa dhahdaa mid mehani waa technocrat waa nin shaqaysta isagoo iska hurduu madaxweynuhu wasiir ka dhigaya duba siyaasi buu noqday xalay ma yahay siyaasi saaga siyaasi buu yahay ba dhici kartaa waxaasi annaka geeska afrika badi ka dhacdaa technocrat weeyaan siyaasiga waxaa jira wadiifiga siyaasi shaqa loo dhiibto shaqa loo dhiibtaa wuxuu eegaa uun maaragtay meesha shaqadii loo dhiibtay ay taallo shaqada ka qabtaa waa wadiifi ka ugu dambeeya ka sagaalaad waxa weeyaan siyaasi shaaqiya waa addoon berigii waxaa iga sheekeeyey si ninka nala joogo saaxiibka daahir berigii afka faransiiska Jabuuti shirka baarlamaanka uu ku galaa mugti marka waxa gacanta la taagayo dad ma yaqaan afka faransiiska wuxuu yidhi koofiyaddeeda la socda haddaan dhaka u wiciyo gacanta taaga haddaan dhaka u wiciyana gacanta taagina bas aniga koofiyaddeeda eegtay marka foodka la qaadayo haye ka warrama wadaadkii koofiyaddu dhaka u dhigaa marka siyaasiga waxaa dhahdaa waa khaadim waa siyaasiyiinta iminka afrika geeskan afrika joogto dhan habeen qura hadday caddaanku nacaan ma joogayaan dadka waa nolol dhadhiga meesha waxaa dhahdaa jeedasheeg maxaa dhahdaa ingiriishka maxaa dhahdaa daahir shadranjiga marka la ciyaarayo shadranji weeyaan dhag waa lagu dhigo dhag bes khalaas ayaantoo la naca waa laga qaadayaa mid kale lagu dhigaya sacabka ma tumina dhulkuna xaleenay wuu fiican yahay kii hore u xumaa waa wadiifi kani ugu dambeeya waxaa dhahdaa rajulu dawla stadman weeyaan waa nin dowladeed stadman ninka aan rabno waa ninkaa dee stadman xataa waa stadman mogta inay moodi raggii loo jeedo rajulu dawla waa kaa ninka la rabo ninkii dowladda qofkii dowladda ka inaga maqani waa kaa weeyaan nin dowladeed baan rabnaa marka aniga waxay ila tahay si aan u dhaafno kelmad baa jirta mar dhowto saaxiibkii ka hadlay uu yidhi qofka shaksiga ma la weerari kara attack personalka siyaasadda may ku jirtaa horta mid haan isla fahanno mid taariikhdan ka saarno madaxweyne ma noqotay haa qof ma tihid adeeg haddaad madaxweyne noqotay ama wasiir noqotay qof ma tihid biblik baa tahay ummadda xoolahoogii baa haysataa ma in lagu salaxaan rabta markaa adoo xooli ummadda xagga damba dhigtay yaan ku dhahnaa madaxweynuhu fiican yahay laakiinse bar odhanaa waxaas sax ma waxaas sax maaha diinteenna waxaa ku jirta diinteenna waa laba diinta markii la bedilay diinteenna in la bedela la isku dayay mubedel waa la bedel gaadhay diinteenna ilaahay baa ka difaacay oo boqorada qaadan gaadhay culimada ka difaacday oo diiday laakiin markay diinteenna diin saxa oo sida loogu dhaqmay si saxda ahayd Umar bin Khadaab wuxuu soo xidhay khamiis dheer oo qurux badan waa khamiis la sito wuxuu yidhi ayuha nnaas ismacuu wacu ismacuu atiicuu maqal ay dhegaysta salaamku ka hadlay boqor baan ay maqla baa ka yidhi kumana maqlayno kumana dhegaysanin oo maxaad ii maqlay dhegaysanin wuxuu yidhi xalay dhar baad noo qaybisay waa dhar wuxuu qaybiyaa dharkaad noo qaybisay markaad adiga xabadaad qaadatay halkaa qaadatay kuma leekaadeena waa maxay suu kugu leekaaday bahalkan dheerka ka keentay Umar bin Khadaab intuu fikiray buu yidhi war aaway kii aan dhalay Cabdullaahi bin Cumar ha waa kan u sheeg buu yidhi qaybteedii baan uga tanaasulay qaybteedii buu qaatay buu wuxuu ninkii saxaabigii imika ku maqlaynaa imika al'aan asmaca annaka wuxuu ku leeyahay waxaagii oo dhan caloosheeda ku jirtaa haddana adeec caloosha ka soo saartay waxyagi calooshaada dibadda ka soo dhig halkan dhig anna kaale adu ma lihid wuxuu sharikad maaha dowladdu xoolihii aabbaha iyo hooyada maaha ma dhexlin halkan noo soo dhig haddaan ku oranno xabsigeena geysay aniga nidahda xabsigay geysay dadka xabsiga geenaysa ma xabsiga geenaysaa caqligaas ma aha raggi dirdo marka waa la kritikeenaya waa la waranayaa ciyaalka xataa marka qaarkood waxaa dhacaya iminka matalan nin madaxweyne amaan dhowta wuxuu yidhi gabadhaadu ciyaalkaaga shaqada maasiin baa lagu yidhi muxuu noo qasheen dadkay la mid yihiin
Thank you.
waxaas waa khalad waxaas in lagu hadlay ceeb adduunka tahay salaamu calaykum waraxmatullahi wabarakaatu
Thank you, Sheikh Bashir. Sheikh Abdul Hirsi, I then come to you on just picking up from where Sheikh Bashir left, the quest for accountability and leaders who are an open book, because once you hold a public office, you are a public property. I mean, yes, yeah, we have time for the audience so that they will be rolling microphone. Yeah, so we have allocated time for that. So talk to me then about, or us here, the people seated, about even before getting to the quest for accountability, the need for reforms at the institutional level. And is that desire there from the visionary leadership that Sheikh Bashir said we ought to be having across the entire continent?
Bismillah, alhamdulillah. Salatu salam ala rasulullah ba'd. Thank you for the question. It's a loaded question. Before I answer the question, I would like to say one single statement that contains 2 points. Number one, I want to assure the neighbors of Somalia that Somalia is not for sale and it's not a freebie that you can take. 2, Somalia is not and will never be weak up to a level that you can think and daydream that you can annex portion of Somalia. Period. Somalia is only for Somalis. And every country is like that. And because of what's going on today, we might as well engage the Somali region in Ethiopia, and we may as well ignite the fire that is blazed with by the leaders, unstable leaders in the Horn. In terms of accountability, and by the way, thank you very much, Sheikh Abdurrahman. You saved my butt. I am one of those people that criticize straightforward the leaders of our people. When you are a leader, you are accountable to the people. If you don't want to be accountable to the people, please go home. Make some money from normal businesses. You can be rich, but you can never be rich from government unless you are thug or thief and you're stealing the public property. And when you steal public property, your name is thug. I don't care which office you are occupying, you are a thug. And that is the majority of the African people, unfortunately. And that's the culture that needs to be changed. And in order to change that culture, as the Sheikh also reiterated, I will reiterate too, as people, we must change. We need to change. So what was said about England would be true in our countries, in our region. When we can say no, when we are not anymore malibani hilugulibani, we are always ready to be the ladder to the position because so and so is my tribe. What is your tribe is going to do for you? Is he going to share the wealth that he's stealing with you? Wallahi, if you die for his sake, he will not visit your home. Wallahi, if you get injured and you're paralyzed because of him, for his sake, he's not going to give you treatment. How many times do I pay qaran for someone who was injured by a politician and left while injured? Untreated, uncured, unmedicated, unsupported. How many times? So we need to wake up as Somalis, as Africans. I think Africans need to, as the Sheikh said earlier, to understand what's called governance and government. Government is not your business. If you are the president, you cannot make money from the office. You cannot sell off the public properties. You cannot do this. And if you do that, I, and I mean it, I will say it. Whether you like it or not, I will say it. And there is no limit for me. And that's what I am known. Many people criticize me, and whenever I see I'm criticized, I feel happy. You think wallah, I feel happy. I understand and realize that I'm doing something. When you are criticized, you are doing something right. If you are, I can be a normal person, I can hide, I can be silent, I can be quiet, and nothing will happen to me. Sometimes my security is being threatened. Why? Because I book some places that are very sensitive. So in order to take them accountable, we need to take ourselves accountable first.
Thank you.
We have to become people so the leaders see that they are in charge of people, not animals, not sheep. We're not sheep. We should not act like sheep. So it's not their property. They should not sell it. They should not steal it. Nepotism is disgusting. All right? Your children are like the other people. That's true. But when they go through the normal process and the normal course, and they apply the job with other people, and they become the best, and hired by not you, but other people. Human resources. I studied business, and part of the business management is what? Human resources management. Those people are absolutely impartial. They don't care if you are the son or daughter of the president. And what happened to our president in the last trip to, I said I can say words and don't take it personal. If you take it personal, it's up to you. I don't really care. I don't. Well, I don't. So when he went to America, he sat with Blinken. And in the middle of discussion, he voluntarily introduced people with him as some of his kids. And Blinken flipped on him and he said, this is classified information that should not be accessed by your own family members. And what happened? He got angry at the ambassador and he said, why didn't you introduce them before? He said, no, I shouldn't. I don't work for you and your family. I work for Somalia. And he's going to be fired soon. But I say, great job to the ambassador. This is disgusting. Your children should stay home. And your wives should not see the ministers, the ambassadors of other of foreign governments. This is not governance. This is a business property. This is what is it? Enterprise, a small enterprise that's yours. Come on, man.
Thank you.
So we need to.
Yes.
And when, by saying these words publicly, I mean to take him accountable as you asked for. Thank you.
Thank you. Much appreciated. We have one more round of questions, then we can open up the floor. Just be patient. Yeah. One more round of questions, then we can get to the questions. Milena, and I begin with you on this. We talked about, by extension, the role of the West and the global powers, interference to that extent, the visionary leadership that is lacking at the moment. But how much do we then have to do in terms of self-reflection to address issues that are even deeper? Corruption, misgovernance, the question of nepotism, embezzlement of funds to a degree that is unimaginable. What do we need to do for soul searching to grow this region to the height of prosperity? Because the resources are there, the manpower is there, you have a young population, but there seems to be a vacuum at some point. How much of soul searching do we need to do?
On this issue of capital flight and losing our resources, I'll speak more tomorrow, but I think to answer it indirectly, I guess, the only way we can solve a lot of these questions in terms of nepotism, corruption, and all that stuff is to actually go back and ask, what is it that we aspire for? What is our development objectives? Who is defining right now our development objectives? Who is defining our vision for us? Once you have that laid down, once you have a vision, objectives, a plan laid out for your people, and as by extension for your region, then the wind can blow in any direction. And once you convince your people that this plan, this objective is actually for you, by you, for your future generations, all these issues disappear. These issues of nepotism and corruption and things like that, I don't even highlight it as our issues. These are challenges that have come as part of sequence of events, as part of whether you like it or not, external powers, because they know that paying certain people off, putting certain people in power, etc., will create a system that benefits them. So you start by asking, what is it that you want for your people? What are your plans? What are your visions? How do you support, or how do you create an environment that includes everyone into this vision? And you work from there. And consciousness raising of your population, eventually everybody becomes responsible for that nation. So these questions of stealing and taking what's not yours doesn't even become part of your culture. The reason it becomes part of your culture is when you look at your country and you don't see yourself as part of it. When you don't see the land or the resources as your future generations' resources and land, that's when you become selfish and you start stealing from it because you don't actually respect it. But if you start by actually understanding that this is ours, then you don't steal from us. And so I wouldn't talk about these problems before I actually talk about, do we have a plan on the ground? Have we laid a vision for how we want our countries to develop? Are we seriously talking about 100 years from now, not white elephant projects in the middle of capital cities, but 100 years from now, 200 years from now, will we have countries that actually respond to the aspirations of our people? You lay out that objective, you lay out that plan, and eventually bring everyone into the table to be part of that, and all of these other issues actually drop out.
Okay. Yes, Honorable Farah. Okay, just before, the plan was that we have, we finish up, because this is the last round of questions, then we open up the floor. I know you have opinions, you have questions, clarifications. Yes. Yes. Can we have then an order? Let's do it on this basis. And to agree with you, Honorable Farah, let's do it in an orderly manner. We finish up with the panel here so that they will be able to respond to your questions. Yeah, that's my point, actually. That is the real, actually, the order is that. After the finishing, they'll be here so that you can direct questions to them. So that was the plan. So let's be orderly and let's follow the instructions as we had laid on before. Yes, Hoso, I come to you, and we keep your answers brief so that we bring in the people. Then the question of now that plan that she talked about, Milena, I mean, how can that be enhanced to the degree of getting the right people for the job? I mean, awarding professionalism, meritocracy, and getting technocrats in the right place.
Horta English waa luqadeeda saddexaad ee Soomaaliya hadaan isaga hadlana xikmadii baa naga dhumaysa. Horta qofka ku saxan booska ku saxan in la geeyo waxaan u maleynayaa Ilaahay u naxariistee Ra'iisul Wasaare Cabdirasaaq ayuu ahaa ninka yiri ilwama justo al posta justo. Dadka ku saxan waa haysanaa laakiin ma geenayno. Tusaale ahaan haddaan Soomaaliya ka soo qaado ma geenayno. Waxaa arkaysaa nin wax bartay oo lagu leeyahay ku dhac ma leh marka boos ma siinayno wasiirka ma dhigayno ku dhac maxaa loola jeedaa ninka ugu sareeya meeshuu camal ugu diro inuu ku boodaa la rabaa uusan xisaabtamin marka hebel ku dhac ma leh naga daabaa lagu leeyahay waa loo jeedaa dad waxaan oo dhan howlahan oo dhan qaban karaa jira laakiin lama geynayo taasina waxay keenaysaa dad aan u qalmin boosaska inay fariistaan marka kama shaqayn karo qofka shaqadii taasaa keenaysa haddana hadhow ilaan lacag samayn uu meesha u tagayaa qofkii hadhow marka si kastuu lacag ku samayn karo ka shaqaynayaa. That's why useful idiots badanna looga helo oo ay u isticmaalaan dowladaha shisheeye. Waa berke meesha wuxuu ku yimid si maaragtay aan loogu talagelin oo shaqadiisu ma aha uma soo shaqaysan uma qalmo so si kastuu lacag ku samayn karo ku samaynaya and people oo banaanka ka jooga wadanka danta kale waa og yihiin. Midda kaloo jirta qayb yaroo hadalka lagu daray baa wuxuu ahaa sidee maaragtay foreign intervention oo west iyo inta iyo meelo kale aysan noo soo galaynin. Taas ma dhammaanayso ilaa maaragtay annaga gudaheena aan wax iska bedelno oo dhaqankii aan wax ka bedelno. Tusaale aan kuu soo qaato I'm a patriot, I'm a son of patriot. So anoo governor ah oo baydhabo governor ka ah gudoomiye gobolka ah waxaa dhacday shir baan muqdisho u soo aaday markaan soo laabtay waxaan u imid ku-xigeenkaygii iyo dadkii kale oo generaalkii Etoobiyaanka markaas meesha joogay uu u khudbaynayo I'm sorry to say this uu leeyahay digil iyo mirfle annaga walaalaan nahay digil iyo mirfle hawiyaan ka celinay digil iyo mirfle daarood baan maaragtay markay la dirirayeen lacag siinay ka celinay digil iyo mirfle annaga sidaasaan isku nahay digil iyo mirfle aniga wixii waa qaadi waayey marka waxaan ku iri sorry to say this qofkii dhibsanaa ha dhibsado laakiin waxaan ku iri markaan hadlayna tigree aad baan u caawinay isagaa tigree ahaa annaga tigree baasbooraan siinay tigree sidaasaan yeelnay markaan meeshaas marinayuu yiri tigree ha dhihin dowladda Ethiopia dheh markaasaan ku iri adiga maxaa dowladda Soomaaliya u dhihi weyso digil iyo mirfle u lahayd meeqa sidaas dhihi karta oo Soomaali ah gabre ninka la dhihi jiray waa taqaanaan oo wallahi anigu iigu hanjabay xilma hayn doontid haddaad sidaa uga soo horjeedid sida hawsha aan ku wadno meeqa Soomaaliya sidaa samayn karta marka waxaan uga jeedaa qofka the right people markay the right place tagaan ayay dowladuna isbedeli kartaa kow tan kale aan ku soo koobayo anigu warkayga ma badnee waxaa waaye sidee unity iyo maaragtay foreign intervention iyo uga baaqan karnaa waxaan uga baaqan karnaa strong Soomaaliya strong ah ayaan uga baaqanaynaa markee waxaa la iska daynayaa waxaan maalin walba dowlad ay ku soo boodayso annagaa iska leh ay leedahay waxaa lagu leeyahay ha laga hadlo unity sidee uga hadlaysaa unity 200 maaragtay 2 qarniba dhulkayga la qaybsanaya oo la leeyahay 1884 ka soo bilow 1954 kii ku soo xiji now waxa laga hadlayo waa Soomaaliya oo la qaybsanay mar dad kale ha la qaybsado oo Afrika oo dhan qayb ka ahaato mar waxeedii dad kale ha la siiyo hadda dadkii la siiyay kuwa kale ha u soo baahdaan waxaan laga hadlayaa waxaygii oo la qaybinayo sidee uga hadlaa unity marka everyday waxayga la qaybsanayo
Okay, thank you. I'll come to Dr. Tahir. So, we'll take 3.
Yeah.
Your name, organization, whether it's question, comments, query, then we'll come to Dr. Tahir, Sheikh Bashir, and Sheikh Hassan.
My name is Ahmed Hashi. I'm associated with this organization called the AfroAsia Institute, and I'm a politician in this country. I would like to speak first in Somali to those who were speaking in Somali. And, hadalkeeni waa inuu tayo leeyahay waa inuu sarbeeb leeyahay qamaan bulxan baa wuxuu yidhi hadday dabeecdo waa u hiilisa doqon walaalkeedi marka waxaa idinka codsanaya halkan waxaan u joognaa the AfroAsia Institute for Strategic Studies, so we have to be strategic and intellectual in our discussion, otherwise we're going to lose our way here today. I have a comment and a question. I notice that the discussions are centered around a very right-wing nationalist sentiment. And we know the costs of this discourse and these narratives. Early when we got independence in the 1960s, all the leaders were saying we should have development, unity, and purpose. And this was all the basis for dictatorships throughout Africa, if you study African political economy. So I'm very suspicious of ultra-nationalist sentiments, because I know the ones speaking about it are necessarily attached to some form of authoritarianism. So I privilege more the idea that does a country or a region have a system, a political system that is got a democratic culture? Does it have a constitutional culture? Does it have the rule of law? Does it follow certain precedents? Therefore, you can hold people accountable. You cannot hold people accountable based on unity. You must hold them account to critical thinking. There's a philosopher from France, because I know there are panelists here who speak French, called Alexander Dumas, who said, you know, how did we escape? With difficulty. That was his answer. How did we plan this? With pleasure. We have to plan things in a way that constructs a discourse about how we're going to live in this region of East Africa and in the Horn of Africa. And what is that? It means that we have to have a plural, open, healthy, democratic culture. And if we turn away from that, we're going to move into authoritarianism, which is going to bring back the vicious cycle. So I plead with all of us here that we are now in the 21st century, and we have all these young people here. We should move the discourse into that direction. Thank you very much.
السلام عليكم. إن رأى هذا ما تنوع قبلنا ما هذلين لكن هذا حقا وكو قصبنا هنا وحشة. إذا رأى هذا الصوماليين كهلاين. إن ما أنت لو ودقي سنة شيخ حرس إن توبك في عنو كهلي إن شيخ عبد الرحمن سيدو كلي. أفرتينه. إن وحيابها إيميلها تابتين وصح. عذر كنا هايو مدة ووايو حدانا لا تلمامين وحياي. أنا قلنا وأقنهي وسيدا شكتي عذر كستون كيسان مغضى. إن مركي وحلا تابتنا. وحاول أكسن سياسة دا رجين كمركي لغا هاللايو. Soomaali waxa haysa laga hadlayo waa waxa jira inaan sheegna si aan daawo u helno Sheekh Xirsi hadalkiisa wixii dhabta ah ee aan u jeedno ee saxda ah ee cudurkana hay kamid ah uu ka hadlay sheekh cabdiraxmaanna sidoo kaleeto marka cudurkii la tilmaamo ma aha in loo fahmo in qof la aadayo markaan anaga nepotism aan ka hadalno waa wax xaqiiq ah aan la noolnahay Soomaali haddaan nahay ee daawo u baahan dowladnimada shakhsi ma aha cid ma laha haddii la tilmaamo looma baahna in loo awood lawyer loo noqdo la difaaco haddaan qurankii annaga na dilayay cudurkii annaga guri la'aanta na dhigay waxana qaxiyey ee aanan tilmaami karin aanan sixi karin ee aan weli sida 90gii annagoo caruur ah guri la'aan naloo dhigay naloo qaxiyey aan maanta difaacayno daawo uma helayno saas daraaddeeda waxaa loo baahan yahay waan ku faraxsanahay horta maanta inaan meeshan aan imaano markii lee sheegay lay soo casumay anoo miitinno leh qaarkood waan soo baajiyey diyaaraddan soo qaatay waan imid sababtoo waxaa la rabay intaa qofooda inta isugu imaanayso intellectualka Soomaalida ah ee doodaysay hadlayso inaan dhegaysto mowqifkooda wuxuu yahay gaar ahaan raggeena ee labeenta Soomaaliyeed ah waxaa aniga idinka rabaa inaad horta marka hore adkaysi yeelataan markii boogaha aana bagteen aan taabanayno inaan sawirka muraayadiina aynu hor dhigno taasna beri waa idinku samaynahay beriyaan ku qoranahay waa igu balan inaan muraayadiina aa idin tuso adkaysiga aan annaga haweenkeenna caruurta annaga ahayn ee aan 30 sano soo yeelanay waa inaad yeelataan markaa hal maalin la wada joogo saas daraaddeeda fadlan aan si cad u hadalno si xal loo helo markaan aniga madaxweynahayga aan karbaashaay qaladkiisa aan sheegayo ma aha inaad aniga iga xigto waan karbaashayaa waan sheegayaa wuxuu ku qaldan yahay wuxuu ku saxan yahay waan sheegayaa waana waajib qofkay dhibayso fadlan ha isaga baxa meesha waa siyaasadna ma naqanayso sida dhaqankeena Soomaaliyeed hala salsalaaxo waxa waaye 30 sano ku jirna hala salsalaaxo waxa waaye mustaqbal la'aanayna dhigtay caruurteena mustaqbal la'aan dhigaysa dhul la'aanayna dhigaysa taasna ma naqanayso xal aan helno xal aan helno aan wada hadalno waxa qaldan aan isla aragno adoona cidna xiisay dalka waad leedahay anna waan leeyahay waa wada leenahay waxaan wada leenahay waa inaan ka wada hadalnaa si aan u sameysano adkaysana hala lahaado
you know, we had very powerful exposés. And if everybody was listening, it's important to understand the genesis of a problem. We don't try and treat the symptoms, but we try and treat the genesis. We try and understand the genesis and see how we can mitigate the genesis. When Harenje was talking about state formation, self-determination, conflicts in the world, he was going back all the way to 18-something. And the problems you have in Africa is not unique only to Africa. They were always there in the other world. They were there in Europe. They were there in the rest of the world. And we're not trying to reinvent the wheel again. The ills were the same. The idea is once you understand the genesis, then how do we progressively find frameworks, institutions, cultures to try and mitigate that? We cannot try and solve the problem the way it is right now and say, so-and-so is messing the country, so that is the problem. No. That person is messing the country because when we got independence in Africa, to begin with, this was an extraction economy. This was a colony. This was slavery. This was the worst form of oppression that was done to the human race, in which you were changed into horses and camels and donkeys. beast of burden. Now, when you understand that, how historically it was, then how did we make the transition from that history of slavery and colonization to become independent African states? Were we prepared for it? What exactly did we need to do to be able now to become a modern state in the sense in which these things were mitigated historically by other countries? Professor said, before the colonialists left, in the Francophone countries, they had a pact with all the Francophone countries except Guinea, Sekou, in which they said continuation of colonization of those countries. And that has been there, and it's still there today. A few countries, the 2 of them or 3 of them in West Africa who tried to break away from it are the ones we have now. In Kenya, they created their own class of freedom fighters who were fake, and handed over power to those people who were fake, were created by them. They put them in jail, and certain things, suddenly they become heroes in your eyes, and then you hand over power to them. And then you maintain the culture. How do you maintain the culture? You give them a lot of land, a lot of properties, a lot of wealth. You suck them into your own system. Then they become your servants forever. I'll give you, for example, a simple case. Our first family. He came out of jail. 15 years later, he had 1.5 million acres of land. Today, that family is the richest family in the whole of East and Central Africa. No, I'm talking about these things in a manner. I'm saying these things because now it's different from Somalia. What you have in Somalia is a very modern, cheap kleptocracy. I'm telling you how these things were created in the past with trillions of shillings or billions of dollars. Now, because of that, there's still that thing which goes on. If it comes to raw materials, they're still there. If it comes to democracy, they're still there. You're not supposed to be democratic. What did Winston Churchill say? Democracy is for a superior race. And there's nothing wrong with an inferior race being superimposed by a superior race. Basically, he was telling you, you're animals. We'll give you the kind of democracy you want, which is going to facilitate our further exploitation of you and your resources forever. So when we are doing these things right now, I don't want us to talk about our current situation as it is. I want us to get the best minds to have these exposés so that we can break again up into small groups and have certain one topics to discuss so that we develop a body of knowledge that it becomes easier again to be chewed by the ordinary people out there in the masses of the country.
Thank you.
So what I'm saying is, and I'm sorry, Ayub, you're my son, but this is not citizen, small, you sit there and you ask a few people questions. No, this is much deeper than that. Now, what I want you to do, marka waxaan leeyahay waxaa waaye cudurradii dhibaatada maanta aan qabno waa waxna loogu talagalay inuu qofka uu lacagta xado inuu dhul u qabsado inuu caruurtiisa iyo walaalihii u soo dhawaysto waana loogu talagalay waa dhaqanka ay ka shaqeeyeen dadkii kuwa adeeganayay waxaan u baahannahay marka inaan fahamno horta meeshay ka imaatay markaan fahamno aan dhahna seen oga baxnaa sida looga baxayna waxaa weeyaan xisaabtan bay u baahan tahay iyo aqli iyo xikmad bay u baahan tahay. All of you are intellectuals. All of you have gone to universities. All of you have got your degrees. At least the first degree. Waana loo tashaday. So this institution is going to be different from other institutions. Where is Abduhab? Abduhab? Back there. At the back somewhere. Okay. This institution is going to be different from the other ones. We're going to tackle with these things without personalizing. The reason why we don't want to personalize is that we don't want to break barriers. The best way to break barriers is just material, information, factual, put in the most brilliant way, building on all that history we have is what we're going to do. Marka waxaan rabaa hadda inaan weydiyo. I just wanted to ask Sheikh Abdurrahman. Sheikh Abdurrahman. si baxthi oo kaamil ah ayaad adiga u tustay dhibaatooyinka Soomaalida ay qabaan. مثلا waxaad tustay Somalis have never risen into some kind of a statehood. دولة inaan nahay weliyan kuma aan fikirin matay. I'm talking about Somalia now. Ani Kenyan baan nahay. marka meeshan waxaan isku imaanay Africa iyo Asia baan ka hadlaynaa moogi Somali kali maaha. Somali is just one of the subjects. Lakin right now we're very emotional idinka wada badantiya. Waan ogolnahay in laga hadlo hadiyada. waxaan rabaa cudurradii adiga aad tilmaantay hadda daawooyinkooda sida loo heli lahaa inaad prescription na siiso daawooyinka waxaad tiri weligay kuma aan fikirin inaan strategy dheer oo dadkan oo dhanba ka shisheeyo oo 100 sano ah intaan ku fikirno aan noqono the movers and shakers of the thinking of the people. The way you think right now is independent. It's not your own independent way of thinking. You've been made to think like that. Niman Yahuud oo balaaye yaa 100 sano ka shaqeeyeen la 100 sano hadda kadib inay ku maamulaan bay rabaan. Whether we go to institutions or whatever it is, we're thinking because they told us to think in such a fashion. I want you to break completely with that. Dhibka hadda Soomaalida haysta مثلا inaad tiraahdo cudurradanayto sidan aan ku dayna هلا سمي محي small discussion group oo dad bal hal eego daawo sidii loo heli lahaa wax kasta daawo loo heli lahaa sheekh xirsi waan ogahay inaad aad iyo aad ma aragtay adiga wali gadaal bad ka soo gashay dagaalka anaga 30 sano ku jirno saa u oynayni bal xogaa adigana hadda xanaaq jooji gaabi ma in badan dhageyso magacna ha sheegin daawo loo baahan yahay seen daawo u helna.
Thank you.
Professor Macharia.
You're done?
I'm not done with Professor Macharia yet. I'm done with Kharenje.
So far, 2 questions.
Yeah. The other thing I want to tell Professor Macharia is that you've given a powerful disposition on the genesis of the problems that we have had. But you have never given us any inclination or what kind of mitigating factors or mitigating methods we can employ to see how we can treat those diseases. It's not just sufficient to describe how the disease developed itself and the stage which it has reached right now is terminal and just say that this is the situation we're in. This business of always going back into history and describing, these things, we need a prognosis. You have diagnosed the disease, give us a prognosis. Thank you.
Thank you. So,
and let it be interactive. All these people have ideas.
Yes, so I'll allow the panelists to respond to those questions, then again we open up. Yeah. He was the last, so he will answer in that order. Not a problem. I'll direct the questions to them. So, Melina Bereket, you wanted to comment on the ultra-nationalist aspect that was raised by Ahmed. The first question here, please.
So this point about us not needing to be ultra-nationalist slightly bothers me because and then he skipped to, we need democratic culture, we need constitutional culture and all that stuff. Yes, we do. I agree. But before we even get to that point, can we actually honestly say, has this continent, has Africa been left alone for long enough for us to be truly, truly patriotic and truly nationalistic so that we can create systems and discuss systems that are actually good for us? Have we been left alone long enough? So if in 2024, we're still talking about these issues, it means that we have not been left long enough. And we have problems that are created because of A, B, C, D. So this need to be nationalist is actually extremely important for Africans. I'm sorry, but we need to be nationalists. We need to be Africanists. We need to be revolutionaries. We need to go back to our revolutionary history and to actually remember what it is that we fought for during colonialism and this and that. And what is it that the people that we betrayed, the Sankaras and the Cabrals and all these guys, what is it that they were talking about? Why were they cut short? What is it that what was the danger in what they were saying that was cut short. Like, what is it? What is it about Isaias Afwerki that's being demonized? Why? Why is it that after 7, 8 years of peace, the West realized, uh-oh, this country is trouble. We need to do something about this country. Why? So we need to be nationalists, my friends. We need to be ultra-nationalists. We need to be Africanists. We need to be Somalis, Ethiopians, Eritreans, whatever we have to be before we actually start talking about democratic systems, constitutional systems, and all these great things that, you're right, eventually will come, but let's define them for ourselves. Let's first begin by loving our people, by loving our history, by loving our future children. And let's begin by actually respecting ourselves and reminding ourselves that we don't need external people to come and tell us, this is what your development should look like. This is what your democracy should look like. This is what your plan should look like. No, 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 no. Let's start with us. Let's become nationalists. Yes, right wings, or whatever it's called.
Okay, hang on. So, Dr. Tahir, please, because I will want to also bring in Professor Mashari Munani and Dr. Khanenje. سؤال خاص بين هذه يا شيخ حسي. So, Dr. Tahir, please respond to the question by Halimo. The need for those in leadership space to develop the thick skin, because accountability awaits anyone who is in those positions. I mean, and she was forthright, very clear about, we don't care about your sub-clan belonging. Deliver for us. If you can't, please go. The need for the thick skin. Is that imagination there in the mindset of leaders in the region?
No, it was really an excellent comment. And no, it doesn't exist now. I'll give you a personal example. When I was a member of parliament, I used to receive quite a lot of messages kind of criticizing me for what I do. Since I left the office, nobody bothers about me. So it was the office, not really me, that people were criticizing. So the minute you walk into the public life, you will be scrutinized. You will be fairly or unfairly criticized. There are people who left the offices without a penny, like Aden Ate. And there are people who left the office $50 million richer. So it depends. People will hold you accountable. I'm not going to say, but you say it personal. So that is the whole idea we're policed for. And so I think it is just fair. It's, really good that people are, holding the leaders accountable. And I couldn't agree more. Comment Halimo has made. I just wanted to also make some remarks. This is a launch event. A launch event is a political event. That is why politicians are invited. That is why members of parliament come too. That is why prime ministers come too. And I mean, it's really very important that people speak their minds. If it is a conference, there are all forms of papers presented. There are papers, academic papers, there are commentaries, there are reflections. So even if it is an academic conference, still we are allowed to say what we want to say.
Thank you.
And this is the first event, the first place I've ever been to where board of directors, come and micromanage what is happening in an event. It's really very unusual. Board of directors' role is not to come and manage the organization. So that is with regards to the process. I really enjoyed the paper the professor has shared us with. It was talking about the processes and history of the problem we were having now. As the added dimension we added into these is the lived experience. We are not like the white academics we work with in the West, where for them it's just an academic exercise, their countries fix it, then they are studying how other countries are. We are not a laboratory. For them it's a laboratory, for us it's a living experience, so we are at the same time are academics, and we are at the same time living this experience, and we are narrating and sharing the world with a different perspective than a white man coming all the way from Manchester would tell us about. And we are not shying away from that.
Thank you. So probably we'll have time. I'll come to the rest of the other members of the audience. So allow us to exhaust the questions here because there were specific questions. I'll come to you, Prof. First, there were the questions to both of you, Labdini. Yeah, the solutions. Sheikh Abdurrahman.
Okay, bismillah ar-Rahman. Marta AfroAsia fadhigeena. Taga lusan. Ashiya loo sameeyay Soomaa. Okay. Afrika si Franciscan. waxaan siin lahaa laba example oo Asia Asia soo taqaanaan example kan waddanka ka Singapore oo taqaanaa soo Singapore inkastoo isku ekeyn laakiin waa example fiican ninbaa Singapore ninbaa madaxweyne ka noqday meesha marka waxaan ku dhignay taariikhda Singapore ninkuna Singapore baa tahay Singapore nolol dhigay marka Singapore kaas لحدنا دبدل نبى كنا نقول مدحوين الدكتاتور بوها لكن وحولها في جيم وحوتها جاي وضنك إصلاحها حكى سوق على واحد إيجيبت مصر بوتها ولا كل جبال عبد الناصر هو أركي مسارد وقت يا قبل بهايون وهو مركن أتصميسان سو أصميسان بكل بقى جماعة عبد الناصر وحوش كي هو ميدي عربت بلاي على بقواقي يارو جزيرة دي رماكو تاليكو ويانو حوين معها نيكي أقول لها ماي وطنكو كأو أمور دنتي كراسس مبعيد كامبرايا حول واحد قرى قبو لكن استوريك استودي وين صباح الحين ما تقول لي سيقول مركا قاعد قراركي education تعليم تبدل تعليم تبدل وطنكي مانتا سنغافور وطنكو قوة دون وتقانا باسبورك اللمبر 1 وهيك باسبورك دونك لو مره هيك اللمبر 1 نيك لا جرا سنه waa dictator tadarka tadar markuu dictator waa caafimaad qaba xataa ala qalay wuxuu qaban karaa akle macquula yani wuxuu ahaa mahatir nigi Malaysia xakumay Malaysia maxaa jira saddex waxa ku nool dad Malay oo muslimiin u badan boqolkiiba 60 China iyo Hindi طبعا بقر طبعا انجليز بقوميستي كلتشر كانجليز كليه سيستم كانجليز كي سمستين دولدودا بقري ليه وبلدو افرتي سنه مد بقر نقضه نظام هو برلماني رئيس الوزراء وضع ان مالايغا waxa la yiri inuu maadaama aad tihiin dadkii ugu badnaa booliiska inka askale qof in lama qaytooyo wasaaradda maaliyadda inka kale gudaha dibadda waxa لبربتي لكن وحي سيرفيسا وحالي تشاينا iyo Hindi waddankii markaas uu noolaaday 30 sano isticmaalkii dibadii dadkii malayga gaaja dishay الآن بعد شو صدقني أفرط بيكون إنتان هم هيان شايفين العقبة يشين هدي العقبة يشين سانقور بيكون حريين وب نيجي ما تين دكتور بوها بوجي سوق الدكتور كيبا سو حري وتقول نيجي مركب الزراعة كده أقول شقين هذه كلا شقين ودك أنا كلا شقين حسبك يقول طرف حسبك يقول طرف وبركد بو إليه نيجي وصوف فكرة استراتيجية مسمية استراتيجية وحياة هيد تقول بحيي لباكن والله بدي يكون لباكن كده صار نبى يسهلين حقا برايكن كل جري سكول كا ولا هذا أول إبراهيم إنك الوزراء ودقالة كنت تخص حدا محاسب هنا بيجي كم طبعا واحد هذين عن أورانينا التمييز الإيجابي موجة فرنسا وحلولا مش حلولا حسبنا التمييز مسكوا يا سبيل وضع كدتك وروك لا حنينا لكن هو بس وحنينا لكن هو بس ها ملايغا سرو سو قادينا ادي ريال ام بديد ام بدونا ملايغو ويكا دوكا ugu badan dhulka maartay ingiriiska iyo keenay China rag waan la keenay wadadkii asalka ahaa hormaan u qaadayna haddaad aqbali weydiin dagaal soo ka dhacay أنا أقول شرعي بالعكس اللي قبله ويقبل محمد قال سبي تعليم تبصر بس كان ملاك وحبر كدبنا ضد بني آدم لماذا سروا قاضوا وعي وياه وطننا كان المدة قبله ناسيوناليزم حاول دحية وطني يا مركا ميكا قالوا وحين برا 10 عجيبة وحاول ما فعل وحافي عن المواطن ها سيتيزن تطلب سيتيزن هنوقع سيتيزن عفمات الله لكن ناسيوناليزم لا وعنصري marka ninkani waa nationalism maxay ka tahay qofka wadaniga wadanka qalbigiisa ku dhexno laakiin muwaadinka wadanka ku dhexno uu iska dhaqaa oo iska cunaa waraqadu iska qaataa nationality sita kuma meeshu joogo iska noqday ingiriis wadanka ingiriis noqon mareykan noqon laakiin ninkan marka labadaba la abuuray tacliin iyo maxaa la abuuray iyo nationalism labadii waa mid sar u soo qaaday okay marka aniga waxa ila tahay geeskeena Afrika gaar ahaan dadkana afkan ku hadleen baqbaqada maanta isku badanaya waxaan u baahanahay sheekhow labada u baahan in dadka nabiga maxaa lagu bilaabay iqra wax akhri sallallahu alayhi wasallam soo ummi ha ka imo markii dagaalkii badar u dhacay raggii 70kii qof u qabsaday uu baartay wuxuu yiri nin walba waxaan ku sii deyn inuu toban qof wax baro ummad jaahil waxa ku meeyay nabiga umma imeena tacliintu iyada markaa sameys beddelka dheer iyada sameynaysa laakiin tacliinta waxa jirta dadka maanta ugu tacliin badan ba ugu tuugsan هو تاسي كاسا ugu daran anaga waxa jiray oday mar madaxweyne noocaas gooyay waxa xalisay wuxuu leeyahay warqaliga baasha ku xadina qaadani wala arkay taqaliga lagu qaadayo lama arkayo leeyahay war bal qalinka naga daay qalinka ku xasiiqay tagina qalinka dhaadheer loo oran jiray
Thank you.
ninkan wuxuu wax ku soo bartay ba wuxuu beddelay asna buu beddelaya aniga marka waxa taasina laga baxaya wax la yiraahdo tacliin akhlaaq leh oo ila baro tacliintu waa in akhlaaq yeelata qiyam yeelata ويقيم كلا صحاب لكن تعليم لو برتو معنا ماله واسده ما تدك فكره دوغ وفرد waxaan ka bixi lahaa nin baa hagan ninka waxa soo markii Naomi Tashubuski baa dhalay ninkan yahuudiga ee Mareykanka ee jaamacadaha Mareykanka dhiga cilmiga logistiga dhiga waa filosof Naomi Tashubuski waa bini aadam buu xawayay ninkaas wuxuu meel dhaw soo qoray buug u qoray waxaan ka akhriyay ma jiro mujtamac xun adduunka dad xun ma jiraan dad xun ma jiraan bulsho xun ma jirto mujtamac xun ma jiro wadan xun ma jiro wadan dib u dhacay ma jiro waa been man lagu akhriyaa laakiin wax ku dhaqtaa jira ha nidaam siyaasi oo xun baa jira nidaamka dadka kala saaray systemka political-ka hadduu caafimaad qabo ummaddu caafimaad qabaysa hadduu jiran yahayna ummaddu way jiran marka maxaa u dhexeeya matal inteena ha ka fadhida kuwii Kenya ku dhashay Soomaalida ahaa iyo kuwii ku soo qaxootiyoobay Kenyaga noqday meesha maxaa ka soo doonay Soomaalida reer Soomaaliya ay jooga taasi nidaam baa jira system yaro caafimaad qaba jira systemka caafimaad qaba soo urursateen marka waad imateen oo aqalada ka dhisateen quruxda badan leh ya waxa u tagi wadada kale wadada jeerkiina ma tagi system ba ma qanti ha okay halka waxa loo imanaya caafimaad laga arkaya maxaa Mareykan loo tagayaa waxaa jira wadanada wax soo jiita iyo wadanada xiliyo Soomaal wadanada wax soo jiita maxaa jira moral baa jira imika marka ay siyaasadda dibadda cadaanku waa khatar dadka way laayaan way burburiyaan xoog way isticmaalaan ninka waxa ka dhacay bariga dhexe laakiin markay gudahooga tahay wuxuu kala ilaashada ayaantii dhawada loo baqay Trump inuu iska qabsado aqalka barta aqalka dhanba inuu qabsado yaa diiday xisbigiisa diiday naga daa beesha waxayaan naga dumin annaka fiican ilaahay nagu badbaadiyay naga dumin baa marka anaka maanta ma dhahayno qofka Soomaaliga markuu wax naga burayo qofka Eritrea ee gabadhu way sheegtay asaasi afaro oo intaasna wuxuu dul jooga meesha ha dadkireed uu jooga isagoo ina yar uu koray in kale uu qaqloos uu dul fadhiyaa uu badda maba kacayaba meel buu ma socdo waa anaka kayga oo kale uu dul jooga war meesha adeeraba war kama kacaya meeshii wuxuu yiri waxay yiraahdeen kuwa Soomaalida dawladda Soomaalida xaq waxay yiraahdeen eeg dawladda Djibouti waxay booran iyo dikado fiican u dhistay hadalkay dhageysta waxay u dhistay kursiga ninka loo daayay kuwa Soomaalida ku madaxda ya wasiiradu ila fadhiyay ra'iisul wasaare saasay dhaxdaan kursiga loo daayay ninka kursiga loo maday u nawaabiyay
Thank you.
waxay u qabsadaan oo hoos ka shaday kursiga loo maday imika inaan baa iga lahaa waxaasoo dikaday qurux badan iyo ciidanka intaa leega waddanka yimiday markaan Jabuuti tago kama muuqato halkee waxaan maraan xoolaha halkee maraan xoolahan waxay maraan markii la dilay ma arkaysa odaygii looran jiray Saalax iyo maxkumay gurigiisa markii hoggi la faqay maxaa loogu tagay euro dollar ginigii ingiriiska dahab dirham riyaal ruuxa meesha ugu ursanay halkaaba ku haystay ku fadhiyay markaas waxaaba dhibaato inta la thank you marka labada shay waxa la sameeyay tacliin iyo nationalism wadani
thank you Sheikh Hassan on also quiz yeah be brief because we also want to accommodate there are two more responses that ought to come from Professor Gantari. Then we take a couple of questions. One here, gentleman. Yeah, the lady here.
Bismillah.
Yeah, so and so come no.
Aniga marka horeba waxaan rabay panelka inaan la siin hadal ee hadalku uu ka yimaado dadka. Horta AfroAsia, I would say to you one thing. I know you're just born and you will stumble a lot. But just take it easy. When you give people microphone, respect their opinion. You know, if you make me sit here and you give me a microphone, you should expect that I will read my mind, not yours. And I always love provocation. That's my nature. So you either not to invite me or to respect my and I was reading. Read there. You say analysis. You say commentary. If I cannot, and by the way, Farah, contradictions are ebb in the public sphere. You pinpoint one guy and you protect another. That's hypocrisy. We order all point fingers on every single person without discrimination, or we completely ignore everybody. We choose one of the two. There is no middle ground in here. When it comes to nationalistic, I'm proud to be nationalist, ultra nationalist, and I don't budge for any. And that is my, not, you know, whatever you call, you can call me nomadic, you can call me whatever you want, ignorant or emotional, as you did. Oh yeah, you call us emotionals. Not me personally. You said emotions. You know.
Yeah, just finish.
So AfroAsia, please respect the opinions. That's number one. Number two, when you tell me find solutions for problems, identifying the problem is part of the solution. If I cannot identify, if I cannot itemize the problem, then I cannot solve any issue. You tell me do diagnose and prognose and give us prescription, and now you fight with me about the prescription. You can't have both. Big one. Now, when it comes to our issues, Africans, we have to become, as I said before, I will say it again, we need to wake people up. We need to up their wa'i. We need to uplift people's mind. We need to empower people to say and read their own minds. They have to be free without the fear of any repercussion to say what matters to them. Our country matters to us. Our countries are our countries. It's collective ownership. It's not owned by few people. But unfortunately, few people are taking advantage. I know politicians, they don't. By the way, such a platform, which I really admire and respect, give people hope. When we talk about issues and we offer solutions, we're going to the right direction, even if we stumble in the way. So that is the thing. We will itemize, we will name names, we will point fingers, because as you guys said, when you are a politician, you're not you are the institution. So I am criticizing the presidency and whoever occupies that position if they do wrong. And if they do right, we will respect them, admire them. And by the way, as African, I like every African leader that says no to the West, because that is the root cause of our issue. That is the root cause of our problem. I admire Isaias, and I will admire him forever.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Much appreciated. Yes, Prof. Thank you with the mic.
Thank you. In some of the things I was going to suggest were already been suggested by the sheikhs and the lady. First thing is to know where you are and how you came to be there, and then figure out what to do about it. And figuring out what to do about it is also to identify, should we call the enemy, so that you can deal with that. Without identifying the other side, you're wasting time. So in this context, the African context, who is the problem? Or where is the problem? And earlier you were talking about a collective unipolarity, meaning the conceptual Western context as the main for the 500 years. I've been, so we know that. So how do we escape, get out of that conundrum of being under the conceptual West in order to be independent? It's necessary to have three types of knowledge. One is knowledge of the self. I think one of the challenges we have in Africa is sometimes we do not know each other very well, or know ourselves very well. So we do know ourselves. And research, in this case, I think like this one can help, so that people get to know themselves. And in knowing themselves, they are then able to say what their interests are. Define the interests and not let somebody else define the interest. So that knowledge is critical, knowing the interests, which then have to be protected and advanced. But they cannot be protected and advanced if they are not known. So knowledge, knowledge of the self is number one. The second type of knowledge is knowledge of the other, the enemy, or whoever you have to deal with. And you know it so well that you anticipate the thinking on the other side. Sometimes we have, in many of our countries, policymakers who are totally ignorant. And so when they go discussing with the other side, they get cheated all the time. Because first, they do not know themselves, and they do not know the other side, so they are bamboozled. And so that's why the second type of knowledge is critical to reinforce the first. The third type of knowledge is knowing the core interest of the self, the core interest of the other side, and therefore to know when to cut a deal or say no, to avoid the possibility of sacrificing core interest in return for peripheral interest. So when we hear whether it's true or not, I don't know. But some people go on negotiating and they return home with bags full of dollars and signing some things they don't understand. That comes from lack of those three knowledges. So we need to do something about that so that policymakers don't get cheated because of ignorance. And once they do that, we shall be making headway. We can then talk about nationalism in Africa and how to protect it. Now, having acquired those, how do you go about it? Think the education system is critical. But that critical education system must be based on proper philosophy. Exactly what is the purpose of education? Not something that is cooked up from somewhere in London or Berkeley or Sorbonne. Exactly why do we educate people? And then the how. It is not necessary to be employed in a particular place, although it helps. But it is for that person, that child, to grow knowing the values, the interests of the society in which that child is brought up. It is to enable that child to defend the interest of that society without being told by somebody. It should come automatically because they've grown with it. They know this is wrong because it is wrong. Our educational system is mostly in a mess because we lack those things. And part of the reason we lack some of those things is that we were indoctrinated from the colonial times. And we were told that thinking is a preserve of the conceptual West. So even our universities have been destroyed because we do not emphasize critical thinking. We have policymakers who announce, oh, history is useless. And then they want history to look after them properly. Some contradiction. You see things happening and you ask, why did it happen? And it turns out the people who are doing it are really missing something. And that's why I think in the world there is a growing pressure to expose to people, policymakers, to something called grand strategy, holistic thinking. So if we go back to that, the education system, the philosophy of education, what it is that we are supposed to get out of it. Not a lot of technicians. We should have a lot of technicians, yes. But that's not the main thing. What are they supposed to do? We are told that the reason there are no jobs in some places is because people studied history or the humanities. And then you ask, if that's the case, how come there are so many doctors who are jobless? And engineers? And all those technicians? How come? So that's not the problem. The problem is in the thinking. The
Thank you.
Policy making. And so, I think our agree in the learning. You need a revolution, eh? But of the mind, eh?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Dr. Khanenje, then I'll come to the lady here. So I think now we need to be brief. It's past prayer time. We have been here since morning, so we need to conclude now. Yes, Dr. then the lady here. Yeah, yes, Dr. Khanenje.
Thank you very much, and for all the contributions in the room. I was thinking perhaps will be part of the plenary at some point for the benefit of those who came late. So while I did not exactly get the full question, because Mheshimiwa, spoke at length about a number of things, but with regard to where do we go from here? I think one of the things, and Ayub, I'm going to take 3 minutes, so please just bear with me on that. I'm not going to take more than that. As I've listened to discussions in here, I've appreciated the passion, determination, the confidence that those who have shared their opinions. Such forums are always a place for an invitation of a genuine contest of ideas, sometimes no matter how jarring they may be. But I think what is important for us is to always have a big picture. A few years ago in 2019, I had a privilege of moderating a high-level global security forum in Slovakia. And for 3 days, the most powerful countries and businesses had gathered to discuss where they want the world to go in the next 10 years. Africa was only mentioned as an afterthought in terms of migration security, two, as the next theater or frontier for global geopolitics, and so what should we do to ensure that we can advance our interests in ways that is going to enhance our capacity to operate. The reason I'm mentioning this is while the rest of the world knows what they want and they have a plan of action, a lot of times for us back at home, we become too small, picking small fights about each other. This on AfroAsia Institute for Strategic Studies. And yes, I happen to also lead a think tank of strategic studies on the Horn. And thinking about strategy is always important. We may complain genuinely about what some of our brothers may want to do. But let's be honest, I've heard a lot, especially about the recent memorandum of understanding with regard to between Hargeisa and Addis Ababa. Now, while I do appreciate Addis Ababa's perhaps desire for the access to the sea, which I think someone from Addis may see it as an existential necessity, considering its population, the challenge, the way as Africans we've dealt with this, is we do not even recognize our own contradictions sometimes. Article 39 of the 1995 Ethiopian Constitution provides an aspect of self-determination, for instance. Well, perhaps it's convenient that you can't exercise it there, but then you can encourage someone else to exercise it. Yeah, it sounds a little bit oxymoronic to me. But this is not to perhaps, try to cast aspersions when they perhaps in their own view they're trying to advance where they might think as a national interest. The challenge we're facing today, and this is kind of my final point, Ayub. In 2019, we published a study called Flirting with Hyenas, How External Interests Are Fueling Instability in the Horn of Africa. And this study spoke to the current competition for the Horn of Africa and how that is affecting our own ability, number one, to even function as regional organizations, whether it's the IGAD, East African Community, or even the African Union. But number two, how that was taking the initiative in ways that we are losing agency. Now, the question for us is how do we respond to that when we are divided, when we are becoming too small? In the words of Ali Matui in the Triple Heritage 1986, he pointed to the fact that, well, Europeans have gone to the moon and have come back, and Americans. But as Africans, we are trying to get to the village. The same applies to today. While the rest of the world, including those who are interfering with us, are having grand plans, we are still obsessed with small issues. We will need to be able to get out of here to have a regional and continental agenda if we actually have to deal with the issues. And perhaps just a final take to it, I've been part of the team that have been training the task force on the Red Sea and Gulf of Eden. It's something that came from the 46th communique of ministers, IGAD ministers. And the reason was a response to the Red Sea Council, where some countries, for instance, within the region, were not represented. And so while we are trying to respond as a region, the thing is, where have we been all this time? And that is why I'll be reluctant to ask questions, especially on those who are trying to do us harm here, because if you have to look at it from an international relations perspective, they're simply trying to advance their national interest. But do we understand what our interests are? Do we have a strategy? Do we have a map? Do we have the discipline and the commitment to follow through? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hodman Muhammad Ahmed. I'm senior travel consultant. Also, I'm a coordinator of Somali Gender Hub organizations based in Nairobi as well. My view on this, on Horn of Africa crisis, challenges that we normally face, it's something immense that we cannot mention, we cannot finish in one day. It is something that beyond our limit. In Africa, and Horn of Africa especially faces neocolonialism, foreign intervention, and control through aid support and from donors. Marginalizations that we all already know that we are not free to our policy or decisions when it comes to we are being controlled by Western our politics. So we normally got pressure or influences or interference from external through our leaders. So what else that I want to, we also became a nation whereby normally focus on minor issues like the way he said before earlier, nepotism and something very, very, very small and something that that's not our, we have resources that is untapped resources that we want to mine instead of talking about small issues. So my question here is, I don't know, you had me enough, Amma?
It still will be responded to, so we never wanted to keep them on, so it will be responded to.
Okay, my question is, we are tired, very much tired, over 33 years, for example, for Somalia, let me take an example for Somalia. They have been in a problem for over 33 years, and currently even they face territorial integrity violation from neighbors. Somali government, I'm also talking about that. So this is, we have learned leaders in Horn of Africa as well, across. We have academics, we have youth, we have already people who are already have a vision, but we lacked what's called, we are all incompetent. We want a solution. We don't want talk and tic-tac just like this. We want a solution. When we are out of this door, we need to have, before that, we need to have a solution, how we can overcome such problems, and what is the solution. And you have to write down strategy. Like he said, you have to have a plan and strategy for these people. We need to have a strategy for our, for example, over 3 years, Somalis become a proud refugees. They are all over, they are happy, they are learned, and they are not, they allowed to live in a system for another nations. They allow the system, and they live with that system peacefully, but they cannot allow their own motherland to live in a system that has already been established. So we need to have a strategy for all of us as a Horn of Africa. I think nothing is missing. Kenya is part of Horn of Africa. Ethiopia, we have a part of Horn of Africa. And also Eritrea, Djibouti. We all have this, we represent it. We have already here, so let us already come up with a solution. How can we resolve or have a solution for these problems? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Your name, please?
Hodman Mohammed.
Hold on.
Hodman Mohammed.
No, I haven't gotten. Hodman. Okay, thank you. A question on how do we move forward, solutions. Okay. Final remarks, please. Microphone sheet.
waad mahadsantihiin gebigiinba aad iyo aad baan ugu mahadnaqayaa intii soo qaban qaabisay fikirkani ka dambaysay inta joogtay intii hadashay runaantii waa dood wax ku oola weeyaan mowqifyo kala duwan fikra ninba dhan buu ka joogsanayaa mala rag waa mudacyo afkood bay Soomaalidu tiraahdaa nimankan in Faranji oo gumaysan jirana wuxuu yiraahdaa de la discussion jaillit la lumière marka la dooday iyo soo baxday iftiinku ayuu soo baxaa kolkaa way fiican tahay aad baan ugu faraxsanahay waxaa soo noqonaya kelmad odhanaysa in haddeerna professorku uu yiri know yourself Genesis mishkiladda haysa Genesis-keega hala doodoona buu faaraclaa statehood baa laga hadlayay kelmadaha oo dhan ayaa waxaan isleeyahay waa kelmado muhiima anu ma aaminsani dad bayda xoolo raacatada iyo Afrikada sideeda statehood ma ay lahayn bay yiraahdeen waxa waan ka horjeedaa wuxuu gaalku naga dhaadhiciye guumiisigu saan wala xasuusanahay taariikhduna baraysa markuu gaalku halkan imanayay uu soo sahan tagay raacataa haddaan haysaanka waa naqaana waxay tahay dad buu soo diray explorer la yidhaahdo na darsay saan u nool lahay dhaqankeenna dhismaheenna siyaasadeed keenna bulsho keenna dhaqaale si godaloolo laynooga helo kadib cilmi baa laynoo sameeyey la yidhaha anthropology ethnology oo si weliba aad laynoogu sii barto kadibna waa la yimid oo waa layna xukumay askar iyagoo la watiyo wixii la halmaalay iyo maamul ummad kasta oo nool oo korka adduunkayga ku nool every social group uu dhisan yahay dawlad buu yahay ummad ma noolaan karto nolosha qasbaysa bilaa dhaqan bilaa dhismo bulsho bilaa dhismo dhaqaale bilaa dhismo siyaasadeed ma baaban nololba ma jiri karsa taa la'aanteed qoysku maamul buu leeyahay ilmaha waxaa dhala hooyo aabbo maamul buu ku yimaadaa haddayna heshiinin ay qoys baan dhisaynaa odhan ilma ma dhasheen bulshaduna waa saa oo kale gaalka hortii baan noolayn dowladaan ahayn taariikhdana baraysa sheekh antaad yoor nin odhan jiro Senegal oo cilmiyahana Egypt inay tahay inay madoobayd buu iyo qiray si cilmiyana u qiray empire ha jiray amba dowladda waaweyn baa jirayay halkeenna way jirayeen falsafadaan leenahay ubuntu waad maqasheen maan u maleeyaa charte de mande wax la yidhaha baa jirta halkani Afrikada galbeed inagu haddaan nahay Soomaali xeer baan leenahay xeer maxay ka dhigan tahay dee dhismaa jira xeer wuxuu ka dhashaa dhismo bulsho in dhaqan iyo siyaasadeed annagu xaggan galbeedka odaya raacataa magaalo ma jirto geel iyo lo iyo wixaad garanaysiin baa jira qarnigii 16aad bay isku yimaadeen buur yaroo city la yidhaha bay fadhaysteen waxay dhigeen habkii loo noolaan lahaa xeer bay u saareen gudhatay sitaan iyo caadi sidii Soomaalida lagu yaqaanay raacatada xeerkii bay dhigeen sidii dawladdan uu gaalku sheegayo constituent waxaan anagu afka Faransiiska ku nidhahnaa assemblée constituante marka dastuurka la samaynayo ee la dhisayo dawladda tii oo kale dhiseen in xeerkii loo kala soconayay kale haddii dhibaato dhacdaan badhiig dhaco wixii oo dhan adu nidaamkii dhannaa ee bulsho social pactigii dhannaa ayay dhigeen meelo kale iyadoo laga doodoonin dadkaasi waa Soomaali waa inaga kolka state dawladdii bay dhiseen aanan u baahnayn askari aanan u baahnayn xabsi aanan u baahnayn maxay ahaydaan aqallo waaweyn oo la dhiso haddana shaqaynaysa qofku markuu dambi galo xeerka laga marayaa aabihii buu u yeedhayaa isagaa kol uu maxay ahaydaan qareena oo daafacaya hadduu ku go'aano fulinaya dawladdiina way socotaa kuwa daacadda ah ee cilmi political science-ka baadhi markay eegeen waxay yidhaaheen dawladdan aan ku noolahay tii ka dambaysaad anigu dhisteen bay yidhaaheen dawladdan caskari u baahnayn maamul dhexe u baahnayn maamul mishaaro la siiyaan u baahnayn aan xafiis dad la xidhaan u baahnayn haddana shaqaynaysa duruuftaana qasbaysa inay saa u fikiraan li'anno raacatay ahaayeen meel mida kumay noolayn waa la kala guurayey waa inay helaan de wax isku xidha dhismaha siyaasadeedna waxaa xukuma qaabka nolosha habka loo nool yahay ayaa xukuma dhismaha siyaasadeed haddaad magaalo ku nooshahay oo degan tahay sibaad wax u dhisi haddii aad ordayso sibaad wax u dhisi kolkaa taa ayaan lanaga dhaadhicin statehood iyo isma iyo raacati iyo dhaqankeennii iyo soo jiraagaha isma qabtaan oo waxaan meesha jirin waa been taquray ina seegtay een u baahannahay bay la tahay aniga waa inaan nidaamka ugaalku noo keenay dowladda aqalada leh ee caskarta leh ee xafiisyada leh uu nooga tegay gaalku ee loo yaqaano colonial state-kii iyo dhaqanka aan ka soo jeedno sidaan isku waafajin lahayn laan imanka da tii kuma noqon karno waan magaalownay inagoo aan dooran baa yaa si la inoo magaaleeyey si dan laga leeyahay oo collective unipolarity-ga baanaan magaalaysay sideen iskugu daabaqnaa labada iyaa inoo taalla odayadii aan ka tafirana waxay odhan jireen maxaa mala ah reerka lama raro bilaa sahan bilaa mala lama raro maxaa mala adii baa inoo taalla dawaduna halkaa bay ku jirtaa in la isweydo maxaa nahay dhaqankeen ka soo jeednaa taariikhdeen ka soo jeednaa waxaa la inaga muxuu ahaa sideen imankana u noolaan karnaa su-aashaa waa asaasi baan u arkaanu halkaa bay ka imanaysaa in educational systemka aan doonayno istaraatiijiga aan doonayno halka aan ku soconno kolka aan fadhaysanay waxa aan isweydiino waxaan nahay inagoo ka dhaqaaqayna waxaa runtiina ee naga dhex guuxay qabiilkan iyo ee xashadan iyo sidii geeloogibii moodaydan iyo waxaa o dhan macnay samaynayaan muxuu markuu meesha u tago waxbaa jira kolkaa bal xaggaana ha laga eegaan leenahay dad ma nihin dad qaawan ma nihin dhar badan ma gashan jirin markaan geelana jirano waan fududnahay laanna cadceeddaa kulul laakiin maskixiyan ma qaawanin wax badan baa inagu jira ee aan qiimayna waxa inagu jiro waad mahadsantihin
Thank you. Much appreciated. There was a question from, now that we have come to the end of the program, from Hotmo. Yeah, the lady there, she did ask about the solutions going forward when we get out of here more than 30 years. And I think that is what Sheikh Abdurrahman had responded to your earlier question. Yes, not a problem, but it's still substantially addressed by Sheikh. Education. Yeah. For those who have the remaining questions, comments or queries, then we proceed tomorrow because of the best interest of time. Yes. Inshallah, God willing, by the grace of God. So we again meet, inshallah, tomorrow morning. We'll have another session with different array of presenters. Thank you so much. Asanteni.